Hello all, I am super excited to be the part of your data journey. My name is Vivek and I am your instructor for this course. So here we will see all the concepts of databases start from the scratch to the advanced level. So we will start what is a database, what is the SQL, how you can install the software, and here we will use the Microsoft SQL Server. But the same thing you can apply, same concepts you can apply to other softwares as well. So we will see that how you can create a database, alter the database, how you can delete the database, how you can add the comments in the query, how to create the tables, insert rows in a table, alter the table, what is the difference between drop, delete, truncate table, what is a schema, how to create the schemas, what is the data integrity, another very important concept in SQL, and we can use the constraint to implement the data integrity concept. We will see that not null, primary, foreign key, unique, check, default constraint. Then the most important one and the most popular one, select statement. We will see multiple example of the select statement. We will see that what is the top and distance keyword, how to use the where clause, how to use the operators in the where clause. We will see comparison, logical, list, range, wildcards, is null or is not null operators, how we can use the update command to update the existing record in a table, how we can sort the data using the order by clause, how we can use the group by and having clause, what are the functions and how to use the functions in SQL. Okay, we will see aggregate function, string, date, mathematical, data conversions. Then we will move to the joins. Okay, we will see that how to implement the joins, what are the important join types. We will see then we will see the order of execution of the SQL query, very important concept. Then we will see the control of flow language statements like case statement, if else statements. Then we will see the set operators. In that we will see union, union all, intersect and except. After that we will move to the views, again very important, subqueries, common table expression and stored procedure. In the stored procedure as well we will see multiple example that how to use the input parameter, how to use the output parameter, how to call one stored procedure from another stored procedure. So guys, so much to learn here and I'll see you in this journey. All the best. Thank you.
Hello all. In this video, we will see that what is a database. But before we discuss about a database, let's see that what is a data. Our data is a collection of facts or figure or information that is stored and can be used by a program for calculation, reasoning, observation or any other discussion. So if you think from the user, if you think user as an entity, then what could be the data related to that user? It could be your username. Then you have the user ID. So that is the data. And now when you store that data into some repository, that is known as the database. So a database is a collection of the related data stored in a format that can be easily accessed. So database are used for the storing. You maintain the data, you access the data. For example, the easiest one is the phone contact, right? In our mobile phones, we store the contact, that is the name, phone number, maybe some related data, that could be the user website, address and some other information. So that is the example of your database. There are two important types of DBMS. DBMS is your database management system, relational or non-relational databases. So relational databases is a type of data store that is organized into tables that are related to one another, as the name suggests, right? Relational database. RDMS, that is your relational database management system, is also popularly known as RDBMS, have a predefined schema. When I say schema, it means that your data resides in the form of the rows and columns. Okay, columns are sometimes called as the fields as well as the attributes, and which has a defined structure. Okay, for example, you will see that this is one of the table that just contains the employee ID, department and grade. Okay, and then this table is related to another table that store more information about that employee. For example, you will see that you have the employee ID and in another table, name, address and phone number. So this is the example of your RDBMS. And now there are many different kinds of RDBMS software available. That is your MS SQL Server, MySQL, Oracle, PostgreSQL, MariaDB, etc. The another form is your non-relational or the NoSQL databases that are different from your traditional relational databases what we have discussed just now. In that, the data is stored in the non-tabular format. So in non-SQL database or NoSQL database, data may be stored in a key value pair as a JSON document or a graph that contains of edges and vertices. Okay, this is for example the kind of the data stored in your non-relational database, in which you will see that it is stored in the form of the key as well as the value. So here there is no predefined structure of the data. You do not have the data in the form of the columns and rows, and it is right now very much popular in NoSQL because of the complex web application. There it is not defined that how your data is stored, because you do not know that what are the attributes that are coming from the web application. So in that scenario you can use NoSQL databases. Now few of the example of the NoSQL databases are your MongoDB, very popular, Apache Cassandra, Redis, Apache HBase, etc. Now let's understand that what is SQL. So the full form of the SQL is the structured query language. So it is popularly known as SQL as well, right? Sometimes it says the SQL, sometimes it is known as SQL. So SQL is a query language that is used for the storing, manipulating and retrieving the data stored in the relational database. We have seen that what is the relational database. So that is in your row, in the format of the rows and columns, that is your tuples and attributes. Okay, and SQL is a query language that is used to retrieve the data that is stored in your SQL database, I would say, or any relational database. So all RDBMS uses the SQL as the standard database language. Okay, so it is used to communicate with database. It means that doesn't matter whether you are using the Oracle, PostgreSQL, MS SQL, okay, doesn't matter. All the RDBMS uses the SQL as the standard database language. Now every vendor has its own implementation. It means that maybe SQL Server, the way we write the command in the SQL Server could be little bit different what you will see in Oracle. Okay, but more or less it is similar, just a little bit difference. Another important point is that SQL is the declarative language, not the procedural. Now what is the procedural as well as the declarative? In the procedural, you tell that how the thing will be done. Okay, for example, you have to buy the car. Okay, in that scenario, if you have the procedural language, then you have to tell the steps that how to buy the car. That you go to the car shop or at the car vendor, you select the car, you pay the payment, you get the car at home. In this way, you get the car. But in the declarative language, you just say that what need to be done, right? So I will only say one statement, that just get the car. Okay, I will not say that what is the or how the process to get the car. Okay, just a example so that you will relate it more. Okay, so it is the declarative language. You simply mention that what you want rather than you tell that how it will be done. Okay, so SQL is your declarative language or the non-procedural language. So now let's see that what is the DDL and DML in DBMS. So DDL, the full form is your data definition language. DML, the full form is data manipulation language. Okay, in both the scenario, you write the command in the SQL only. So DDL command is help to define the structure of the database or schema. So whenever you create the database, right, or you alter the database, you drop the database. So those all are part of your DDL, that is your data definition language. If you do the manipulation in the data, okay, that is the part of your DML operations, that is your data manipulation. So DML commands deal with the manipulation of the existing records that is part of your database. For example, you want to fetch the data. In that scenario, you will see the select command. If you want to insert new record, if you want to update the existing record, if you want to delete the record. So whatever you will do with the existing data in your database. So DDL commands can affect the whole database or table, but in the DML statement that affect only the single or multiple rows based on the condition specified in the query. In the DML, you filter the data with the help of the where clause. But in the DDL, we do not use the where clause because DDL is the definition language in which you simply create, drop, alter or truncate your database. So that is your basic difference between your DDL and DML. Let's see that from where we can download the MS SQL Server and how to install that one. So the very first link which I have provided here, okay, using that you can download the SQL Server Developer or Express Edition. Both are free. So if I click on this, then it will go to the Microsoft.com website, and if you just scroll down, you will see that download a free specialized edition, Developer or Express. Okay, this is your full featured free edition that can only be used as a development or the test database in a non-production environment. So just click this one, download now. So your developer edition will be downloaded on your machine. Okay, so it will be done. I think it is just 5.7 MB setup, and after that you need one more software, that is your SQL Server Management Studio. So if you click on this link, okay, so it will go to your again docs.microsoft.com, and if you scroll down, you will see that free download for SQL Server Management Studio. You might have a different version. Okay, so whatever the version you will have, just download that version. So it is 677 MB setup, so it will take little bit time. So now what is the SQL which we have downloaded, that is the developer edition, and then what is the SSMS or the SQL Server Management Studio. Okay, so if you see this one, so here whatever the data you will store, okay, it will be stored in your SQL Server. Okay, that is your database. And then SQL Server Management Studio. So if you see here, this is my SQL Server Management Studio. I write all the SQL here. Okay, whatever the query I will write, whether it is the DDL operations or the DML operation, I will write in the SSMS. And then this SQL Server Management Studio connect to your database. Okay, and from here you can send the query, and then it will retrieve the result SSMS, and then it will send it to the client. So client is my local desktop where I have installed the SSMS. Okay, so it queries the data and then it provides the result. Okay, that is your database provides the result to the SSMS. Okay, so this is your interface console, whatever you want to say, to write the SQL commands here. So once it is downloaded, these two software, please install that one. It is very simple. You just need to press next and it will be installed. So once the SQL Server Management Studio installed, please go to the programs and open that one. Okay, so first thing you have to provide the server name, because you will see that it is connect to server. So this is very first pop-up that you will see once you open your SQL Server Management Studio. Here you have to provide the server name where you have installed the SQL Server. Okay, for example, this is my local machine, I installed on that one, so I just provided the server name here. Okay, previously I pulled the data from my Amazon RDS SQL Server. Okay, so there I provided this URL in my server name and then my SQL Server authentication information. But as my data is or the SQL Server is installed on my local machine, so I will say Windows authentication and then I'll connect to my database. Okay, so SQL Server Management Studio is just the interface or the console or the studio where you write the SQL command to query the data from your database. Okay, so now this is your very first screen once you connected to your database. Okay, so here you will see that all the available databases which are part of your MS SQL Server, whatever the server name you have provided. Okay, then you have few bunch of these options here, that is your security and all that one. Okay, so that is your very first screen when you open your SQL Server Management Studio after connecting to the underlying database. So now let's see that from where we can download the sample database and then how we can restore that database to our SQL Server. We have already installed the SQL Server as well as your SQL Server Management Studio. So if we simply type the Adventure Work database download, then this will be your very first URL. Okay, that is your docs.microsoft.com. And if you open this URL, you will see that download the backup files. In that, the very first column you will see is the OLTP, that is your online transaction processing. Okay, so this one we have to download. So it depends on your version. Okay, download that database or .bak file. So for us, we need to download the 2019, but if you are using the older version, then please download that file which matches your version, okay, SQL Server version. So now if you click on this, it will start the download. So once your AdventureWorks database has been downloaded, we need to restore it to our SQL Server. So please copy the database which you have downloaded, and then we need to go to the program files, then you have to go to the SQL Server, then you have to go to the MS SQL 15, MS SQL, and then in the backup folder you have to paste. Okay, here you have to paste the database or .bak file which you have downloaded. Okay, so now we have to restore this file to our SQL Server. So now let's see how we can do that one. So please go to the SQL Server, and then in the databases, right click on this, you have the option restore database, and there you have to mention the device. Okay, you have to mention the source as a device here and provide the URL where you have stored the back file. And then you will see that in this URL, that is your backup file location, default one, and here you have this AdventureWorks 2019.bak file which we have copied just now. Click on this and then click on OK here. Again click OK here. Now it is done. Again click OK, then it will be available in the database section here. See, database AdventureWorks restored successfully. Click OK. Now if you click on this plus sign, it will be expanded, and then again click on the tables. So these are the tables present in your AdventureWorks database. See, database, what is a tables? Table is just the collection of data in the form of the rows as well as your attributes or the columns. Okay, so these are all the tables present in my AdventureWorks database. Alright. Hello all. In this tutorial, we will see that how we can create the database in SQL Server. So our database is a collection of table and object such as views, indexes, stored procedures and triggers. But there are many system databases also available in the SQL Server. So these are the master database, TempDB, model and MSDB. So let's see that where we can find the system databases. So let me again go to the SQL Server Management Studio, and here if you see here the databases, and in that the very first one is the system databases, and in that you have the master, model, MSDB and TempDB. So what is the master database? So the master database records all the server specific configuration information. That includes the authorized users, databases, system configuration settings, and remote server. So it is advisable that please do not give any permission to users on the master database, because it controls it stores the most critical data that controls SQL Server operations. So that is your master database. So what is the model database? So here we are discussing just the brief about these databases. So model database is act as a template or prototype for the new databases. So whenever a database is created, the content of the model database are copied to the new database. MSDB. MSDB supports the SQL Server agent that includes features that schedule periodic activities of SQL Server. Just very basic. And then what is your TempDB? As the name suggests, it is the temporary database that is used as an interim storage area. It is automatically used by the server to resolve large queries or to sort data before returning results to the users. So all the temporary tables and result generated by, group by, order by and distinct clause that we will see later are stored in the TempDB database. So that is just the brief about these databases. So now how we can create the database in SQL Server? We can create by two ways. First is using the graphical interface, and second is using the code. So first, how we can create the database using the graphical interface? So what you will do, just right click on the database, and then you have the option new database. So here you have to provide the name of the database. Let's say
employee DB. So now there are two files here. If you see here, there are two files, and the logical name is the employee DB, whatever the name of your database name, but you can change that one. And second is your log file. So this is your primary data file, and this is your transaction log file. So a database consists of a primary data file and one transaction log file that you can see over here. And the primary database file contains the database object. It is used for the system tables and the object. The transaction log file, the second one, records all modifications that have occurred in the database and the transaction that caused these modifications. So transaction log contains all the transaction information. So if you see here, there is something called as initial size. It is in the MB. So 8 MB is the initial size, and auto growth. Okay, auto growth means that whenever it reaches to 64 MB, okay, then it will be increased by 64 MB, and the maximum size will be unlimited. And where these files are stored, so the first one is your MDF file. If you see here, it is stored in your wherever you have installed the SQL Server. In that you have the data folder. So both the transaction as well as the this your MDF file or the primary data file are stored in this path. So let's go to this path. Okay, so we are here. So right now you do not see employee related files here because we have not created the database. So once we have created the database, those files will be added over here itself. So now we need to click the OK here. Then your database will be created. Click OK. It is executing, and then you will see that you have now employee DB. So now if I again go to the path which I have shown you, so now you will see, let's refresh that one, employee DB and employee DB underscore log. So this is your transaction and this is your primary data file. So this is the way to create the database using the graphic interface. Now in the next tutorial, we will see that how we can create the database using the code or the query. So thank you for joining this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. In this tutorial, we will see that how we can create the database using the query. So the easiest way or the easiest query is simply mention create database and then name of the database, and that's it. So when you execute this query, it will create the database. It will create your MDF file, that is the primary data file. Also, it will create the transaction log file while creating the database. So simply execute it. You have this button. Okay, either press F5 or click on this button. Click on this. Now it says that command completed successfully. So simply refresh this database. So now you will see student. Okay, we have given the name student. So this is your student database. So now let's see the primary data file as well as the transaction log file. So right click on this. You have the option properties, the last option. And here you have the files there. So if you see here student, that is your primary data file, that is your MDF file. Right, file name student.mdf. Other one is the log file, that is your LDF file. And there is size is 8 MB by default, and it is the auto growth by 64 MB, whatever we have seen using the graphical user interface. Right. So now let's see that how we can add multiple parameters in that. Okay, multiple options in that. So you can also control the size, auto growth, path, file name, everything using the query itself. So let's see what that query would be. So now let's create another new query and provide the syntax there. Create database, name of the database maybe employee. Now you have to mention on, and in this we will provide all the details. Okay, that what should be the name of the file, that is your logical name, and then where it will be stored, what's the size, file growth, max size, and everything. So that is for the data file. Similarly, you have the log on. So this one will contain the detail for your transaction log file. So usually it is around 25 to 40% size of your database. Okay, so let's say if your database file is around 12 MB, then your log file will be around 4 MB. So now let's provide the parameter here. So the very first one is the name. So the name will be, you can provide anything. I'll provide employee underscore det, comma, file name. Here you will find, here you will provide the entire path. So we will copy it. Slash, what is your name of the file? So let's say it is employee.mdf because that is the data file. Now, what is the initial size of it? So size will be, let's say 12 MB. Then what will be the max size? That it should be, or it could be grow till which number, okay, or till what MB. So let's say I mention 100 MB. And file growth. So once it reaches the 12 MB, then what should be the file growth? So it will be, let's say 2 MB I mentioned. And then close the bracket, so that we have already done. So that is all the information for the primary data file. Now we have to provide the same information for the log file. So let me copy the entire thing, then we will change the numbers here. So name, it will be employee underscore log because it's a transaction log file. Here also I need to change it to the employee.ldf because the syntax for the, or the extension for the transaction log file is ldf. Size, let's change it to the 4 here. Max size, let me change it to the 50. And then file growth, it will be 2 MB only. Okay, so it specify the logon file, specify the disk file used to store the log files. Okay, so now let's run this command or the query. So simply execute it. You will see that it has been completed. Let's refresh the database. It's employee, whatever the database we have created. Now right click on this, go to the properties and go to the files here. Now see there, we have provided the size, that is it is specify the initial size of the file defined. Okay, so we have mentioned 12 MB and then auto growth, we have mentioned 2 MB, right? It is the increment, growth increment of the file defined. Okay, and max size, because it cannot exceed to the max size. So if my file reaches to the 100 MB, then it will not exceed further. If you don't specify any max size, then all the available space on the disk will be used. So it is always recommended that provide the max size of the file. Then where this your LDF and MDF file will be stored. So for that we have provided the location. It is the same where we have installed the SQL Server. Click OK. So this is, by this way we can create the database using the query and provide all the options parameters by ourselves, right? So now let's see few other operations on the database. So let's create a new query. And here, if I want to see that how many databases we have, how many databases I have in my SQL Server. So I will say sp underscore help db. Simply execute it. So it will just show all the databases, included the system database as well, who is the owner, when it was created, what's the status of it, and what's the database size. Okay, so that information will be shown once you just write the command sp underscore help db. If you want to get the information about the particular database, then you have to provide the name of the database. For example, I will say employee, sp help db employee. Just execute it. You will see that the name of the file, database size, owner, when it was created, status, and also the details for the LDF and MDF files. Okay, what's the growth rate, max size, and all that information once you run this command. So that's all for this tutorial, and here we have seen that how we can create a database using the commands or using the query. So thank you, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello all. In this tutorial, we will see that how we can add the comments in your SQL queries. So comments can be, what are the comments? Comments are the statement which will not be processed by the system. Okay, so there are single line comments or multiple line comments. As the name suggests, single line comments means that it is in a one line. And for that, it means that it starts from two dashes to hash, and then any content enclosed between this as well as the end of line will be treated as comment and will not be processed by the system. For the multi-line comments, we have the syntax as slash star. So any content which is enclosed between these two, that is slash star and star slash, will not be processed by the system and it will be ignored. So you can provide the some more information that what this command does in the multiple lines. So for that you can use this syntax. For the single line you can use this syntax, and it is always a good practice to provide comments in your query so that the other developer will also understand that what you have written and what this piece of query does. So now let's see that how we can do this one in SQL Server. So for the single line comments, use two dashes. This is a single line comment. You can mention anything here. sp help db, and then we should mention the name of the database. Word is not recognized. sp underscore help. Yep, now it is fine. So if you execute, result is same. This line will be ignored. It has not been executed. Similarly, if you want to have a multiple line comments, so rather than single line, just use slash star, and then it could be in a single line as well, right? So as soon as system reads this one, that is the end of this start command, then this portion, whatever you have mentioned here, will not be executed. Now it can be either in a single line or in a multiple line. It fetches all the databases, and we will remove the name of the database. You can mention anything here. It will not be read by the system. So now it will just show me all the databases and whatever the information or the content I provided between these two, that is your slash and star, okay, forward slash and star, okay, so it will not be executed at all. So that's all for this tutorial, and here we have seen that how we can use the single as well as multiple line comments in your SQL queries. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next tutorial. Welcome all. In this tutorial, we will see that how we can alter the database. So the alter database command is used to modify the existing database. So now let's see that how we can execute that in SQL Server. We need to mention alter database and then name of the database. So here, let's say I want to modify the student database. Modify, and I want to modify the name. And SQL is the not a case sensitive language, so it doesn't matter if I write NAME or in the small case NAME in the small letters, so that does not matter. So I'll mention that as a new name as a student 1. Okay, so student 1 should not be in the quotes. Okay, so remove the quotes from here and it should be executed. So the database name student 1 has been set. So if you refresh it, you will find that student 1 has come here. Okay, the previous name was student. So if you right click on this and just go to the properties and files, so the MDF, that is your master data files as well as log file, the names were not changed. It is the same what was the initially, only the name for the database name has been changed. Okay, not the logical names there, right? So for example, again, you want to change it to the student 1 to student 2. Simply change it, execute it, and it will be changed here. Refresh it, and now it is student 2. So by this way, you can modify the or alter your database property. So this is just one of the examples where you are modifying the name, but you can also modify the other properties. So whatever you can do from the console, from the UI, you can also do from the command there. So that's all for this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. In this tutorial, we will see that how we can delete the existing database. So a database can be deleted if it is no longer required, and this causes all the database files and data to be deleted from the system. But for that you need the permissions. Okay, so only the system administrator or database owner can delete the database, and for that you can use the drop database statement. So let's see how we can do that one. Okay, to delete the database, just mention drop database and then the name of the database. For example, I want to remove student 2. So I just mention this command drop database and the name of the database and simply execute the command. Command completed successfully. Now if you refresh it, you will see that student 2 is no longer available here because it has been deleted from the system. And once you delete it, your LDF and MDF file are also deleted. You can also do the same from the console as well. For example, if I want to delete this employee DB, I'll right click on this and then I have the option to delete this database. So click on this and it says that close any existing connection. So please close that one, else sometime if someone else is using it or some process is using this database, your database will not be deleted. But please be extra cautious if you delete any database from your production environment. So now employee DB has also been deleted. So that's all for this tutorial, and here we have seen that how to drop the database. So thank you for joining this one, and I'll see you in the next tutorial. Thank you. Hello all. So what are the data types in SQL Server? So like any programming language, we have a data types in SQL Server as well to store or to hold different type of data. So here is a list of commonly used data type in SQL Server. So these are the numeric data types. You have the big int, integer. So the difference is that the range it can hold. Okay, for example, tiny int, it ranges from 0 to 255. Bit, it is a single value, that is 0, 1 or null. Okay, so normally we use the integer for any, for any numeric data. But you have these many options. For example, you want to use decimal data, then you can use decimal as the data type. For approximate numeric data type, you can use float or real. For the date and time data types, you can use date. Date will store only the date part. Okay, time, if you want to store the time as well, then you can use the date time. If you only want to store the time, then you can use the time data type. Okay, so in the same way, we have different date and time data types available in SQL Server. For the character string data type, you have char, varchar, text. With the char and varchar, you have to provide the length as well. For example, if you want to store, let's say, employee ID, and you know that it will be always 3 digit, so you can mention char 3 here. Varchar is also the same, but it v means the variable, so it includes the or it can store the variable length character string. Text is used for the variable length character data up to 2 GB. Same thing, whatever we have seen here, we have the same thing for the Unicode characters. Okay, it will append n before these data types. So this is for the Unicode character string data type. For the binary data type, you can use binary, var binary, image. Again, the way we handled the characters here, similarly, you can handle the binary values with these data types, binary, var binary for the variable length binary data, image. There are also other data types which are available in SQL Server. For the monetary values, you can use money. If the range is small, then you can use small money. In the similar way, you have the unique identifier, SQL variant, timestamp, XML, table. Okay, these are not that much used, but depends on your requirement. You can use these data type. So we will see the implementation or the usage of these data types when we create the table, because once you create a table, you create a column as well that holds the data. Depends on the data type you assigned at the time of the creation of the table. You can alter it later as well, but we will see how we can do it in our when we create the table. So that's all for this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. In this tutorial, we will see that how we can create a table in SQL Server. So a table is a database object that is used to store the data, and it is organized in rows and columns. Each row in a table represents a unique record, and each column represents an attribute of the record. And the column name should be unique within the table, but obviously it can be, same column name can be used in a different tables within a database. So now what all you need to create the table? First is that you need to identify the table name. Then you have to identify the attributes or the column names of the table. Identify that whether these attributes can have the null or not null values. What should be the data type of these columns, and what should be the length of the attributes or the columns. So now let's go to the SQL Server and let's see that how we can create a table there. So the syntax to create the table is the create table and then name of the table. So in our scenario, it will be employee details. So first also we need to see that where we need to, create that table. So let's say I want to create that table in my employee database. So I need to say use employee so that this will be created in the employee database. Create table employee details, and then you have to provide the column names and the data types. So in our scenario, it was employee ID, and it is integer, and we say that it is not null. So it means that user should provide the name or the value to this column. Second one was first name, and it was varchar, and the it should also be not null. Next one was last name, varchar, and it could be null. After that we had salary, that will be integer, we mention it as null, and our last column is joint date, and the data type will be date, and it will be not null. So now when we execute these statements, our table employee details will be created in the employee database. So right now if I go to the employee database, we don't have any table here, right? We don't have any user defined table. So once we execute this one, the table will be created. So now you see that it has shown as employee because we have used the employee database here. So if you expand the table, refresh this one, you see that DBO employee details, right? So if you want to see that whether the table has been created or not, there is a command that can be used to see that. So it will be sp_help, and then give the name of the table and execute this command. So now it says that yes, it exists. Okay, if you see the message, okay, that you can ignore that one, just see the result. So you have all the information, that what's the type of the column, what's the length of that. Okay, so everything will be shown over here if you use the sp_help then table name. So that can be used to find out whether your table has been created or not. Even though you can also see it from the database itself, just go to the tables and you will find that one. So this is the way to create the table using the code here. But you can also create the same table using the user interface. So how to do that one? So first you have to go to the database where you want to create the table. Let's say again I want to create the table in my employee database. So I'll go there, and then on the tables I'll right click on this. I have the option new and then table. Click on this, and here same thing, whatever we have provided, we have to provide it here as well. So our table name, our columns were employee ID, and data type was I think integer. So just select int from here. So these are all the data types which can be selected for this column. Allow null, no, it should not be null. Then you have the first name. It was varchar, I believe. Again, it cannot be null. Then you have the last name. Let's keep it varchar 50 only. It can be null. Then you had salary. So whatever we have done using the SQL statement, we can also do it from the user interface. Salary can be null, and then join date. Again, it cannot be null. Okay, so I'll just uncheck it, and the data type should be date here. So I select the date. So you can also refer it from this list, that what could be the possible data type which you can assign. So allow null. Yes, it cannot be null, so I will uncheck that. So last one is that you just need to save it. So right click on this, save table underscore 1, and then give the name as employee. We already created the employee details table, so we won't be able to use the same name. So I will say emp details. Click OK. Again, if you go here, just refresh it, you will see emp details, right? If you want to just see that whether it was created or not using our sp underscore help command, then emp details. See, our SQL is not the case sensitive, so even if you mention emp in the lowercase or uppercase, doesn't matter. So it shows that the table has been created and it is a user table. That is, user has created this table, and these are the columns, and what's the type of these columns, and what's the length of these columns, right? So that's all for this tutorial, and here we have seen that how we can create a table in SQL Server, both using the user interface as well as using our SQL statements. So I hope you learned that one. So thank you for joining this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. In this tutorial, we will see that how we can insert a row into the table. So once the table structure has been defined and created, data can be inserted into the table. So you can use the insert command to insert the data into the table, or you can also use the user interface to insert the data into SQL table. So let's see that how we can do that one. Now let's see that how we can add the values to the table or rows to the table. So go to the employee database, and then we have the dbu.emp details. So first let's see that how we can add the values using the user interface. So right click on this, you have the option edit top 200 rows. Click on this, and then employee ID, it must be not null. So if you just don't provide any value, it will just throw an error. Let's say I don't provide employee ID, I provide the name as John, last name John Cena. Okay, salary $1,000. Join date will be my 21st March 2010. Now if I go here, it will throw an error. Invalid value for cell row 1 column 5. Okay, join date, it does not recognize 21st March because it should be DD and then YYYY. So it should be MM03 DD YYYY. Again, it will throw an error because you cannot insert the null into this column because we have defined it as a non-null, right? Not null. So I'll just provide the employee ID as 100. Now it will be committed. So when you click on the new row, this will be committed. Similarly, you can provide more entries. Let's say my employee ID is the 101. First name, again it is mandatory. If I don't fill, it will throw an error. Last name, if I don't fill, it will not throw an error. salary 2000, join date again it should be April, let's say 23rd April 2020. If you click here, it will throw an error because first name should not be null. See, the data in row 2 was not committed and the message cannot insert the value null into the column first name. So this should you have to mention George, and now if you say it will be committed because last name we have mentioned it can be null. So it has been committed. So this is the way to insert the data or insert the rows into the table using the user interface. The other way is to use the SQL command to add the data to the table. So let's use the new query here. I just copied this so that we can refer it. That what's the syntax to insert the data into the table. So very first thing is that we need to use the insert, and then this is optional. This is optional. This column list is also optional here. So first provide the name of the table. In this scenario it will be employee details, and then you have to provide the values. So first will be your employee ID, then employee name, then your salary, and the last one is your date. Okay, so now execute this statement. Okay, so it throws an error that it will be terminated, truncated, not terminated. Your statement has been terminated, but the error is that in the first name column. So let's see that what's the length for the first name here. So how to see that? Go to the employee details, and then you have the columns. Go here. You will see the problem here is that varchar1. Okay. The problem here is that varchar1, because during the creation of this table, we have not mentioned the length of the varchar. So by default, it has taken 1. So that's the issue. That's why it just takes one first alphabet. Okay. If you remove the OHN, and from here as well in the last name also you remove these 3 alphabet, then it will be fine. But let's correct that one. So for that we can alter the table. So we will learn how we can alter the table which has already been created. So let's create the new query and then write the syntax as alter table name. So it will be my employee details. Then you have to alter the column. So again you will mention the alter column and then name of the column. So it will be my first name, and then what I want to alter. So it will be varchar 50. So let's try. I believe it should work. Okay, so it's fine. Now refresh it. You see here varchar 50. Same thing we have to do for the last name as well. So let's run this. Refresh it. Okay, so now it's both varchar 50. So what this do? Alter table statement is used to alter the table which has already been created, and alter the column, whatever the name you have given and what you want to alter. For example, for this, I want to alter it as last name as not null. Right now we have mentioned it as a null. I want this to be not null, or maybe the first name should be not null. So for that, after varchar 50, I will add not null and execute this command. Okay, so it has been completed successfully. So if I refresh it, so right now it accepts the null values. Okay, so here it will be changed to not null when I refresh it. Okay, so now it's not null. So by this you can alter the columns in an existing table. So now go to the previous query. Okay, so there we had the issue. So now let's again try to execute that one. So now it has been completed successfully. Right? Similarly, you can add more rows here. some random values. Okay, so now we have two rows in this table. Also, I mentioned that we have the syntax where we have this column list, even though it's an optional, but how we can use them. So let's suppose I want to again insert some values here. So insert, then the name of my table, and then column list I can use if I do not want to provide the values to all the columns. So in this scenario, I can use the column list. So my first one will be my employee ID. Let me open the column names navigation here. Okay, so that I can refer the column name, and then first name I want to give, because whatever the not null that I have to provide. So first name that I have to provide. Last name I am skipping. Okay, I do not need to provide the last name as well as the salary. So I can skip it. So it means that I provide the column list and only I'll pass the values to only these three columns. But if I don't use the column list, then I have to pass the values for all the columns and also in the same order. Okay, like we have the employee ID, first name, last name, salary, and join date. I need to use the same order to pass the value. But here, even if I want to change the order, I can do that one. So values, and then employee ID will be my 103. Sam, last name I will not provide because it is not part of my list, and the join date I need to provide. So that is my one row here. See, one row is affected. And now if I want to see that what all the values in my table, simply I'll right click on this and then I will say select top 1000 rows. Click on this. See here, the first row we have entered using our insert, and then we have not provided the column list. For the third row, we have provided the column list and we have not provided the last name and salary. Okay, that's why it is coming as null. So that's all for this tutorial, and here we have seen that how we can insert the data into the table using the graphical interface as well as using the SQL commands. Also, we have seen that how we can alter the table and the column. So that's all for this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. In this tutorial, we will see that what are the identity column. So in SQL, identity column is used for those columns that need to be automatically generated. So it means that there are some values, sometimes we want those to be automatically generated whenever we insert any rows in the table. Let's say we have the employee ID and we want that employee ID to start from 1000 and it should be increment by 1. So that is the syntax of the identity column. So it is the normal column. You just need to add this keyword in the column wherever you want the value to be auto incremented. So in this scenario, your seed, okay, so that is your syntax. So seed is the starting or the initial value for this column. Increment is the step value that is used to generate the next value for the column. So in this scenario, we have the employee ID. It starts from 1000 and it will be incremented by 1. So the very first value will be 1000 and it will be auto incremented by 1. So let's see that in the SQL Server. Okay, so this is the code to create the table, and then we mentioned that this one, okay, this one we added only, right? Employee ID, the data type is integer and it will be not null. It means that the value need to be entered in that. But as we mentioned that as an identity column, so we do not need to enter that value. It will be auto generated. Then we have the first name, last name, salary, and join date. So let's first create the table. Okay, so this has been created. Now let's insert the value. So now I will not pass the value for the employee ID table. So it will be employee details. So I want to insert the values into that, and I want to enter only the first name and salary and join date as well, because join date is my not null, so I need to mention that. So I want to enter these three values. So it will be values as per the syntax, and then I need to mention the first name. So let's say it's Sam, salary any integer value, join date, date type, so it will be March 21st, 2023. Close the bracket and then run this command. So now you will see that one row has affected. Now let's enter one more row. Let me change it to the same one and let's mention the same detail. Execute it. So now let's see the data what we have here. So I'll right click on this and then select top 1000 rows. So now you see that we have not provided the employee ID value, but it has been generated, right? It has been generated because we have mentioned this code where we mentioned the employee ID as the identity type of column, okay, and where we have mentioned the 1000 as the initial value and it will be incremented by 1. That's why you will see that 1000 and then it will be 1001. So if you simply run one more time, let's change it to the same 2. You will see that it has been generated one more employee ID. So that's the use of the identity keyword here or identity column to auto generate the values which we do not want to enter it manually. Okay, so that's all for this tutorial. Here we have seen the use of the identity column. So thank you for joining this one and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. In this tutorial, we will see that how we can alter the table. So to alter the table, you can use the alter table command and it is used to update the structure of the existing table. So it allows you to add, delete or modify the columns. You can change the data type of a column. You can add or drop the constraint and also you can perform other changes to the table structure. So whenever you want to modify the table structure, you need to use the alter table command. So let's see that how we can use it in the SQL Server. So this is my employee detail table in which I have the employee ID, first name, last name, salary and join date. So let's suppose I have to add one more column here that is known as email. So how we can do it? So very first thing is that I need to write it alter table and then the name of the table will be employee details. So here if you see in this drop down, I need to select the database. Okay, so if I want to update the which is part of the employee, then I need to use the employee here. Let's say I am in different database, then it will throw an error that this table is not available in this database. So please remember in this drop down your database should be selected, or what you can do, simply say use and then the name of the database. In this scenario it is employee. So now it knows that SQL knows that I have to use the employee and in that I will find the employee details table. Okay, so very first line alter table, then name of the table, then add column name, so it will be my email and the data type of that column. So varchar, let's say 40 here. So I will run this command and it should create a column in the table employee details. So now let's just select all the columns here. So now you see that I have created the new column email and the value is null because we have not passed any value here. So by that way you can add the new column in a table. You can also add multiple columns in a table in a one shot. Let's say I want to add phone number. Also I'll add the country. So I simply use comma here and in this new column I will not use add because add I need to use only once. I provide the name of the column as country and then the data type. Let's say it's a varchar 30. Also if you want to mention any default value, okay, for example whenever a record is created, by default you get the country as India. So what you will do, just mention the keyword here default and then the value, whatever the default value you want at the time when the entry is created in a table. So let's execute it. Okay, that's fine. Now let's see the what all values we have. So you can see that phone, country both are null because we have not passed any values. So I told you that default is used whenever you want to provide the default value. So let's say if I add one row in this table, insert into table name, values, and this time I will just provide the value for the first name and the join date, because both are the non-null values or non-null columns here. Join date. And SQL is not the case sensitive, so you can use the lowercase uppercase. It will not distinguish it. So my values will be, let's say, Harry, and the join date, let's say 21st April 2022. Execute that one. So now you will see that we have not passed the value country as India, but it has taken the value as India because default value has been passed as India here. Okay, so that's the usage of the default keyword. So here we have seen that how we can add the column to a table. Now let's see that how we can delete a column. So again, I will use the alter table name. So that will be my syntax, and then drop column phone. I want to drop the column phone. So simply execute that one. So now you will see that I don't have the phone column here because it has been deleted or dropped. Okay, same way if you want to change the data type. Okay, let's say my first name, okay, whatever the varchar value here or the length here. So let's find out sp underscore help and the name of the table. So employee details. So you can update the data type as well. Okay, so first name varchar is just the length 4. So I want to again change it to 50. So what I'll do, alter table name, and then what I have to do, alter column, because now I need to alter the column. So alter column, name of the column is first name, and then varchar 50. So right now it is 4. If you see here, it is 4, length 4. I want to change it to the 50 here. So I will use alter table name. So that's my syntax to alter any table or any properties of the table. Then alter column, first name, that is your name of the column, and what will be the data type here. So simply execute that one. Again, just run this command. Okay, so now see that first name varchar, the length has been changed to 50, right? So this is the way to use the alter table command there. So here we have seen that how we can alter the table. Okay, how we can add the new column here, how we can pass the default value, how we can add multiple columns in a one command, how we can drop the columns, that is how we can delete the column, as well as how we can alter the data type of the column, right? So that's all for this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. So now if you want to delete a table from the SQL, you can use the command drop table and then the table name. You can also do the same from the UI, that also I will show. But you should remember that if you use the drop table command, or if you delete any table from a database, you should aware that all the data in a table will be permanently deleted and we cannot recover that data. Therefore, it is very important that we should ensure that all the dependencies should be checked. Okay, and there should not be any requirement of the table before we drop the table from the database. And if the table has any dependent object, maybe your views, stored proc, or anything, that also need to be dropped before you drop the table. Okay, else it will throw an error. So let's see that in the SQL how we can do that one. Okay, so very first thing is that you have to select the database from where you want to drop the table. So I mentioned use employee, or you can directly select it in this drop down as well. So now our command drop table and the name of the table. So my table name is EMP details. Now execute this statement. Command completed successfully. So now if I refresh the database, it will not show the employee details table because it has been EMP details table because it has been gone or deleted from the database. Also, as I told you that you can also delete it from the from the user interface. So right click on that on this employee data table, and then you have the option to delete the table. Just click on this and then click OK. So that has been gone also. So you see that right now there are no tables in this database or no user defined tables in this database. So that's the way to drop the table from the database. So thank you for joining this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. We have seen the drop table command is used to drop the entire table, including the structure of the table. But if you want to preserve the structure of the table and you want to delete only the few rows, then you can use the delete command along with the where clause. So we have not seen the where clause till now, but understand that where clause is just used to filter the rows. Okay, so delete command we use along with the where clause to specify the criteria for the row deletion. Okay, so this is the command where we mention the table name and then the where clause. So if you do not mention the where clause, it will delete all the rows from the table. But normally delete command we use when we need to specify some condition, because this one is slower. If you see the other command, that is the drop and truncate, which we will see later. So now let's see that in the SQL Server, that how to use the delete command. Okay, so this is our table. Let's suppose I want to only delete rows where the fees is greater than or equals to 1000 rupees or dollars. Okay, so how we can write that query? Delete from, then the name of the table. So my name of the table is student, where, so here I need to mention the filter condition, where fees is greater than or equals to 1000. So now what it will do, it will just check all the rows. Okay, it will check all the rows, and where the fees is greater than or equals to 1000, it will delete those rows. So in this scenario, for us 3 and 5 student ID should be deleted, right? So just execute that one. 2 rows impacted. Now see here, the previous rows where the fees were greater than 1000 has been removed. Okay, so that is the use of the delete command. So it only delete those rows which fulfill this condition, right? And it doesn't change anything in the table. So that's all for this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. So if you want to remove all the rows from the table in the fastest possible way, then you can use the truncate command. So what happens that it deletes all the data, but it does not delete the table structure. Okay, that includes your indexes, constraint, column definition, all. Also, it does not log individual row deletion, because in the case of the delete command logs the individual row deletion, and which can be rolled back as well. But in the scenario of truncate table, it does not log individual row deletion. That's why it is faster when dealing with the large tables. So syntax for the truncate command is truncate table and table name. So now let's see that in the SQL Server how we can use the truncate command. Okay, so I want to truncate this table. It means that it will remove all the data, all the rows from this table, but it will not change anything from the column definition point of view. So what we will do, we will write the command truncate table, and the name of the table is student. Run this one. Command completed successfully. Now if you see it, you will still find that you have the, the structure is preserved. Okay, in case of drop, even the structure has been dropped, but in case of truncate, it deletes all the data. So if you have a large number of rows in any table and you want to remove all the rows, you can use the truncate command. It will be faster. Now let's see what is the difference between delete, truncate and drop command. So delete is your DML command. Truncate and drop is your DDL command. Delete is used to delete few or all the rows from a table, but it is not recommended to use the delete if you want to delete all rows. In those scenario, you can use the truncate command. Drop, as you know that it drops the entire table, so it includes the data, any privileges, constraint, indexes, trigger. For the speed, truncate is the fastest. drop because it also dropped the, along with data, it also drops the constraint, privileges, index, and all the object. Okay, so that is the faster, and delete is the slowest among all these. For the constraint, because drop removes entire table itself, okay, so constraint is also removed. But in case of delete as well as truncate, your constraints are not removed. Free table space, truncate delete does not free that one, drop free that because it is completely dropped. Can be rolled back with delete. Yes, you can roll back the changes what or the deletion what you have done. For truncate and drop, it is not possible. So when you delete any of the item and you have created the delete trigger, so it will execute in case of the, in case you use the delete command, but it will not be executed or fired if you use the truncate or drop command. If you have the identity column, then in case of delete, it will not reset the identity column, but in case of truncate, it will reset the identity column. For drop, as the table itself has been dropped, so this is not valid at all. So that's all for this tutorial, and here we have seen that how to use the truncate table and what are the difference between drop, delete, and truncate. So thank you for joining this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. So what is the schema in SQL Server? So it is a logical container, or you can say namespace, that holds database object that could be your tables, views, stored proc functions. So it acts as a way to organize and manage database object within a database. So a schema is created within a database and is associated with the database user. So by default, it's always a DBO schema. So if you create the database and you have not mentioned any schema, then all the object within that database will be created under DBO. So DBO is the default schema, and DBO full form is the database owner. So now let's understand in detail. So here, this is my new database which I created, department. So whenever you create a database, by default a schema is created with the name of DBO, which I told just now. And there you can create multiple schemas. Okay, so I created here schema IT and schema HR. And in that schema, I create multiple tables or objects, which could be your views, stored proc tables, and others as well. So in the IT, I created the tables employee and sales. And in the HR as well, I created the tables employee and sales. Okay, so that is one of the advantages of the schema, that it's a logical partitioning, okay, or the logical grouping. So you can have the same table name in the different schemas. But if you do not create a any schema, then all the tables and the object will be created in the DBO schema. So in this scenario, you cannot have the same table name multiple times because it resides within the same schema, right? So now let's see that how we can create that in the SQL Server. Or before that, let's understand what are some of the benefits of the schema. First, as I told, that it's a logical organization of the database object. It means that it is easier to maintain and manage the database structure because you have the complete hierarchy that within which schema what all the tables you will have. The other layer is the security, or the other benefit is the security, that it can be controlled. It can be used to control the access permissions and the security setting at the schema level. So you have the different schema, so you can have different security permissions or the setting at the different schema level. Also, as I told, that we have the same name in a different schemas. Okay, same object name in a different schema. It could be your view, stored proc tables. Okay, so it allows you to have the same name in the different schema, so it can be coexist. Okay, so now let's see that how we can create the schema. So the command to create the schema is the create schema and then the schema name. And then once you create the table, okay, or any object within that schema, okay, you have to prefix that. So here create table, then the name of the schema dot table name. So normally when we create the table, it is create table and table name. But so when you use that create table name, so it will always create within the DBO, that is the default schema, which is present in every database. So if you want to create the table or any database object within a particular schema, you have to prefix the schema name before that object name. You can also use the alter schema, so that is used to transfer the database object from one schema to another. Okay, and you cannot delete the schema, or I will say you cannot rename the schema. You can delete the schema if there are no objects within that schema, but you cannot rename the schema. So in this scenario also, you can just shift the object from one schema to another, and that is the use of the alter schema. And then you have to mention the schema name where you want to transfer the object. Okay, transfer, then the name of the object here. To drop the schema, simple drop schema name. If there are no table or no object within that schema, only then you will be able to drop the schema. So now let's see all that in SQL Server. Okay, so let's create the database first. Create database department. So now this is my department, and if you go to the security here, you'll find the folder schema, and here you will see that DBO. Okay, this is the schema within that department. Okay, so that's the default one. So if you want to create the schema now, use department, create schema, and the name of the schema. So it will be HR. Create schema must be the first statement in the query batch. Okay, so I don't need to use this one. I'll change it from here to department. Okay, so create schema HR. So now if you refresh it, you will find that new schema, that is the HR in your schemas here within the department database. Same way, I can create the another schema, that is the IT. Okay, so I have now two schemas here, HR and IT. And now if I create any table, if I create, let's say, create table, and then I just provide the name of the table. Okay, let's say tst1 test1, and then I just provide the any column here. So test ID int. So now if I run this table, it will be created in the DBO schema. It will be created under DBO schema. So now if I refresh the table, you'll find the dbo.tst1 because we have not provided any schema name here. Now let's create new table. Create table, and then my table name will be employee, and it will be employee ID. And then I'll prefix that with HR. Okay, it has been created. Similarly, let's create one more table with the same name, but this time under IT schema. So now just refresh the tables, and you will find that HR employees and IT employee. Okay, so in both the schema we have the table with the same name. So using the schema, we can have a same database object name within a different schema, right? So now that's the way to create the schema as well as how to create the object within the schema. So now let's suppose I want to transfer this TST table, okay, TST1 table to the IT schema. So how we can do? We can use the alter command, alter schema, and then what you want to transfer, okay, or where you want to transfer first. So it will be IT, name of the schema, and then it will be transfer from where you want to transfer. So it will be dbo dot tst1. So first one is that where you want to transfer, and then what you want to transfer. So run this command. Okay, so now if you see in the IT, okay, let's refresh it. Let's refresh the table. So now you see that in the IT we have the employee, and in the IT we have the TST1 as well. because this one we have transferred from the DBO, that is the default schema, to the IT schema, right? The last one is the drop. So let's suppose I want to drop this HR schema, drop schema name, but it will throw an error. Why? Because it has the object within this schema, that is your employee table. See here, cannot drop schema because it is being referenced by the object employee. So what we will do in this scenario, first either we can move it to the different schema, or just to showcase here, we can delete that table. So we can drop the table, drop table, and then what is the name of the table? HR.employee. Now if you drop the schema, it should be dropped, right? So now we have dropped the HR schema. So if you want to check, go to security and then refresh the schemas. There is no HR schema because we have deleted that. So that's all for this tutorial, and here we have seen that what is the schema, what are the benefits of the schema, how we can create it, how we can alter it, and how we can finally drop the schema. So thank you for joining this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. What is the data integrity? So it is very important for the data in a database to be accurate, consistent, and reliable. So this implies that it is very crucial to enforce the data integrity. So data integrity ensures the consistency and correctness of the data stored in a database. It is broadly classified into the following 4 categories. So very first one is the entity integrity. So it ensures that each row can be uniquely identified by an attribute that is called as the primary key, and the primary key cannot be null. So for example, there might be 2 candidates in an interview with the name Adam, and they can be identified with the using the unique code assigned to them, and that unique code is the primary key. So we will see that how we can enforce these integrity in the following tutorials. So then what is the domain integrity? Domain integrity ensures that only a valid range of values is allowed to be stored in a column. It can be enforced by restricting the type of data, the range of values, and the format of data. For example, let's assume a table called as the branch office that stores the address of various offices in a company. Now let's assume that it has a column city that stores the name of cities where the branch offices are located. Now assume the offices are located in Boston, Dallas, Munich, New Jersey, New York, Paris, Washington. Now by enforcing the domain integrity, we ensure that only the valid values can be entered in the city column of the branch office table. So you can understand that in our web form we have kind of the drop down, okay, that cities can be chosen from that drop down only. So from the backend you can relate it with the domain integrity, that only the valid range of values are allowed to be filled in that column. So now what is the referential integrity? So referential integrity ensures that the values of the foreign key match with the value of the corresponding primary key. So for example, if the toy has been ordered and the entry is to be made in the order detail table, then that code should exist in the toys table. So this is to ensure that an order is being placed only for the available toys. So that is the referential integrity. Again, we will see in detail in the following tutorial. So what is user defined integrity? So sometimes entity, domain, referential integrity are not enough to safeguard our data. In those scenarios, we can use the user defined integrity, and it refers to a set of rules which can be specified by a user. So here we have seen that what are the types of the data integrity. In the following tutorial, we will see that how we can enforce the data integrity in SQL Server. So thank you for joining this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. We use the constraint to enforce the data integrity and consistency. So a constraint is a rule that is applied to a column or a group of columns in a table. So there are many types of constraint in SQL Server. Let's go one by one. Not null constraint. This we have already seen when we have created the table, but let's go through one more time. So by default, whenever you create a table in that you have columns, so by default it takes the null values. But if you want your column should not take the null value, then you can use the not null constraint. So it ensures that column cannot contain a null value, and it requires that the column must have a value before a row can be inserted in a table. So let's see that in a SQL Server. So this is your table, employee details, which we have already created. So now you see that we have mentioned not null. So it is a constraint which is used to enforce that it should, this column should take a, or this column should contain some value. Okay, so employee ID, first name, last name null, you can just remove that as well, because by default it contains, any column contains the null value. So it is not required to mention the null here. So now if you execute it, the table has been created, and then insert into, you just need to mention the name of the column where you want to pass on the values, or you can pass all the values, no issues. So here I will pass employee ID, and then I just pass the salary. Now it will throw an error because join date is not null and I'm not passing any value to the join date. So 1000 is my employee ID, 3000 is my salary. So now let's execute that one, and employee ID first name also I need to put here. Okay, so anyways, anyways it will not be executed because it will throw an error for both of these columns. So let's try to execute this command. Okay, there is something we missed. Insert into table name. Okay, we missed the table name itself. Okay, so table name, these are the columns. Okay, so now execute it. The statement has terminated because you cannot insert the value null into the column join date. Column does not allow nulls. Okay, so insert fail. So what you will do, join date, just pass the value in the join date, but still it will throw an error because your first name is also not null. July 2023. See again, first name does not allow null. So you need to provide the first name as well. Now it should be fine. Yep. So one row affected here. It means that one row has been inserted. Just a quick way to check whether it has been inserted or not. Select star from table name. That we will see in detail. Okay, that how the select work, but just a quick way to check. Yes. So employee ID, first name, last name can be null. So we have not provided last name here. Okay, so the row has been inserted. So that is the not null constraint. So if you want your row should contains the value, then you can use the not null constraint. So I hope you understood that one. So in the next tutorial, we will see the other constraint. So thank you for joining this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. In this tutorial, we will see that what are the primary key constraint. So primary key constraint is defined on a column or a set of column whose value uniquely identify rows in a table. Okay, so it requires, once you define the primary constraint on any of the table, so it requires that the column must have a value before a row can be inserted into the table. Okay, so let's suppose in your table you have 5 columns, and on one column, and it can be inserted or applied on more than one column as well. Okay, but let's assume for one column. So for one column, you define the primary key constraint. Now the user need to enter the value on that column, else it will not allow to insert that row into the table. So that's the use of the primary key constraint. Okay, so it is the combination of the not null and unique constraint, which we will see later, and it is used to enforce the data integrity. So now let's see that in SQL Server how we can define the primary key constraint. Okay, so this is my table which I have not created yet. Just to showcase here, see here, employee data does not exist in database master. Okay, so let's change it to employee here, but then also it is not created. It does not exist in the database employee. Okay, so it has not been created. So now let's define the primary key on this. So primary key, it is the combination of not null. So not null we have already seen. Not null means that you cannot, insert the null values, or you cannot skip that. You cannot skip that, column. You have to provide the value to that column. And primary key is that you must have to provide the value to the column, but that value should also be unique. So how to define it? So even if you mention primary key, it means that you have defined the primary key constraint, but I don't do in that way. Okay, I provide the name as well, because in this scenario, it will just assign the SQL Server assign the name to this constraint. But normally what we should do, we should mention the constraint keyword, and then we have to provide the name of the primary key here. So in this scenario, I will say PK, that is the nomenclature for the primary key, and then normally I provide the prefix as the PK for the primary key, and then the name of the column. So in this scenario, it's a PK employee ID, and then you have to mention the keyword primary key. So here we have seen that how we can do it only for one column, but we can also do for a combination of columns. So let's execute that one. Now if you just execute this command, it will show you that primary key constraint has been defined. Okay, it is PKEMPID, that is our primary key constraint name. Okay, and it is defined on the employee ID here, right? Or you can see index key here as well, employee ID. So now let's take an example. Now try to add values into this. So insert into table name. Now column. Okay, just provide the column here. So I will say employee ID and then salary. Values. So my employee ID is 1000 and my salary is, let's say, 3000. Okay, so now let's run this command. Okay, so it is executed. Let's see the data as well. From table name. So now you have the one row, because we have not provided the not null constraint. That's why first name, last name, joined all has null values, and we provided the values to the employee ID and the salary only, right? So now let's try to insert one more row with the same values. Let's execute it. It has thrown an error. What it says: violation of the primary key constraint PK employee ID. Cannot insert duplicate key in the object, that is your dbo.employee details. DBO is just a schema here. Employee detail is your table name. The duplicate key value is 1000. Okay, because that is already been entered in our table, right? But if you change it, to, let's say, 2000, it will allow you. Now just check the data. Right, now you have two rows here. I also told you that we can have the primary key on the combination of the columns. So let's suppose that I have the combination of employee ID and last name. So that combination should be unique and not null, right? So in this scenario, how we can do that? So let's create one more table, employee details 1, and in this, rather than define the primary key here, what we will do, after the join date, we will provide the constraint, because here we have to provide it on two values or on two columns. So constraint, name of the constraint, so PK EMP ID underscore last name. And then mention primary key, because we are defining the primary key here, and then on which column we want to define. So in the bracket, just mention both the columns. So it is employee ID, comma, last name. So this combination should be unique. So now let's create this table. So the table has been created. Now let's see the structure of the table. So it's employee details 1. Okay, so now you see that primary key has been created on the employee ID and last name. Okay, so that's the detail here. Constant keys, index keys, employee ID and last name. So now let's try to insert the values here. So first employee ID I need to mention, and also the last name, as both should be not null values. Okay, so now let's execute it. See the values we have. Okay, it's employee details 1. Okay, so that should be fine. Now let's try to add this one more time. Or before that, what I'll do, let's change the employee ID 3000, but I will not change the name here. Let's try to insert. That should be fine, because now what is happening? Our primary key is the combination of the employee ID and last name. So that combination should not be unique, right? Or that combination should be unique. So now if I mention different name here, it will take, that's fine. But now if I try to give the same combination, for example, let's say 3000 and atom, 3000 and atom, it will throw an error, because this combination is already present in this table, and the primary key, as per the definition, it should be unique within the table. Okay, those column values should be unique within the table. So now let's try to insert it. It will throw an error. See here, cannot insert the duplicate key in the object. It is already there, 3000 comma atom. So that's the use of the primary key, that it enforces the entity integrity in your table, right? So that's all for this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. In this tutorial, we will see that what are the unique constraints. So unique constraint is used to enforce the uniqueness on the non-primary key column. So it prevents the duplicate value from being inserted into the table, right? So it is the, if you see the description here, so unique constraint is similar to the primary key constraint, except that it allows the null values. And there can be many unique constraints on a table. Okay, you can create many unique constraints on a table. When I said that it allowed the null value, but there can be only one row in which the value could be null. Okay, because if you have the multiple null values, then it will not be unique. Null should also come only once, only then it will be considered as unique. So now let's see that how we can create a unique constraint. So now you're thinking that we can also achieve it with the primary key, but the problem is that we cannot have multiple primary key. We can define it only once. So let's say in the salary as well, I want to define it as a primary key. First, let me drop the table. Okay, so even if I hover it, you will see that cannot add multiple primary key constraint to the table, right? But you want, let's say in your table you have the employee ID and you also have the social security number. Okay, so that also need to be unique. So in this scenario as well, you can just define the employee ID as the primary key, and then your social security number as the unique key or the unique constraint you can apply on that. So now let's see how we can do that one. So this one is not existing. Okay, we already deleted it. So now let me remove this line. Okay, so now I have the social security number SSN, and it will be my integer type, and here I will define the, or let's say it's a char, and then here I define the constraint as unique. So constraint keyword, and then I need to provide the name of the constraint. So it will be UNQ for unique SSN, and in the last I will mention the keyword unique here. So now that's it. I will run this command. Command completed successfully. Let's see the details here of table. Okay, you see here UNQ SSN, that's the unique constraint here, right? If you see constraint type, it's a unique, and then it's all the details is mentioned over here, that the constraint name and any other constraint keys and all, right? So now let's try to enter some values. Okay, salary, and then I'll put SSN as well here. Okay, so insert this value. That should be fine. Okay, so we have only one row here. Now if I try to simply rerun this command, it will say primary key constraint cannot insert duplicate key in the object. This duplicate key value is 3000 here, right? Because what happened that in our scenario, it's a primary key. We mentioned salary as the primary key. Okay, so either we can just drop the table, or let's change the value here. Now it will throw an error for the unique key constraint. Cannot insert duplicate key in the object, right? Because this key or this value is already present here. So if I change the SSN value from 8, I change it to 7. Then if I run this command, okay, let me change the salary as well. Okay, so that has been done. That has been executed. Now just run it. Because now my SSN is unique. Okay, so now let's try to, now let's not give SSN value at all. Because I told you that unique column can have the null values as well. Okay, so salary, I just initially just to show you that we can have multiple primary key. I just mentioned it as a primary key. I did not remove it. Okay, that's why I need to change the values. Else I need to again either remove it using the alter command, or you can also okay, let's do it. Let's do it that one. Okay, let's try to drop the constraint. Drop constraint. First we need to alter the table. Alter table, table name, drop constraint. We have not provided the name of the constraint, so what we can find out the name in that way as well, what it has assigned by. Yeah, so we have this name. Now run this command. Okay, so it has been done. Now if I go to sp_help, it will not show me the primary constraint because that has been dropped. So by that way you can drop the constraint. Okay, so let's remove this command from here. So now I don't need to give the primary key here, or I don't need to change the values. So now I will run this. So now see here, I have not provided the value of the SSN. Still it has not shown me the error, because in the unique constraint you can have one null value. Now if I again try to run this command, it will throw an error because one null value has already been inserted in the table for the SSN. Just execute it. See here, it says that it has already a null value here. So duplicate value is not allowed for the unique constraint. So if I again provide some value here. So again, it has taken the value and it has inserted the row, because now the value is unique for the SSN column where we have defined the unique constraint. And salary, we can have same salary for multiple rows now, because we have just dropped the constraint from the table. This primary key constraint, we have drop it from the table. So I hope you understood the concept of the unique constraint. So that's all for this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. Let's understand what is the foreign key constraint. So foreign key constraint is used to remove the inconsistency in two tables when data in one table depends on the data in another table. Or we can say that it is used to create a relationship between two tables. So it ensures that value in a column or a group of columns in one table matches the value in another table's primary key column. So let's see that in SQL, that how we can do that one. So now let's say that I have the employee details table. In that I have the column that is known as the department code, because each employee is assigned to a certain department, right? So department code care, and let's say it's 4. And now what I want that this department code is present in another table, that is the department information, in which I have the department code, department name, as well as the number of employees in that department, right? So only those department code I could fill in this column, not anything. So now what we can do in this scenario, or what happens in the foreign key constraint, we have another table. So in this scenario, let's have a table that is known as department. So now we have another table, that is the department table, in which we have three columns, that is department code, department name, employee count. So department code is my primary key in this table. So now I want employee details table only to refer the departments which are present in my department table. So first let's create this table, and then I need to do something here, right? So that this one will be dependent on my department table. So for that I can create the foreign key constraint here. So foreign key constraint, in foreign key constraint, I just need to mention the keyword as reference. Reference, what I have done here, ref references. Okay, so it should be references. Okay, so now it is recognized. Yeah, so this one reference this table. So references department table, and then which column of the department. So it will be department code here. So these two names may not be same here. Okay, the spelling could be different. Okay, let's say it will be employee department code. Okay, so now let's run this query here. Okay, so now what happened that we have established the relationship between these two tables using this column here. So now if I insert anything here, that should be present in the department table. Okay, that code should be present in my department table. So first create entry in the department table. Okay, so what we have done, we have created three rows in the department table with this department ID and then other information, and then we execute it so that it will be entered in the department table. So now whenever I create any row in the employee details table, in that the employee department code should refer these entries. Only it should not go beyond that, else it will throw an error. So let's do that one. So right now there is no entries here. So let me write insert into I will not provide all the values. Let's provide employee ID and department code. So let's say employee ID will be my 1000, and then employee code will be I001. What is present in my department table, right? This one is present in my department table. So now let's run this line. That's fine. See the data. Select star from employee details. Okay, so one entry has been created. Now let's say I add one more row, and then I try to give different department code which is not present in this table, right? These are three entries which is present in this department table. So now when I run this line or run this code here, it will throw an error. Why? The insert statement conflicted with the foreign key constraint, and it is occurred in this table, right? Department table, column department code, because this value is not present in your department table. So that's the problem here. So in the foreign key, or whenever you refer one table in another table, the values in the table in which you are going to enter should refer to the another table. So you can use only those values only if you establish the relationship between two tables. So that's all for this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. Let's see what is the check constraint. So check constraint enforces a domain integrity by restricting the value to be inserted in a column. So it is possible to define multiple check constraint on a single column, and these are evaluated in the order which they are defined. So now let's see that how we can do it in SQL. Now this is my employee detail table, and here I have uh, another column, that is the employee city, and I want that city to be selected from a certain set of cities. So it will be, let's say, care 15, and then I can define the constraint here, that is the check constraint, so that any user can select the city only from those cities only. So it will be defined as constraint, name of the constraint, so it will be chk as the nomenclature. Now you need to use the keyword check city in. So here we will use in operator, and then here we will define the list of cities. So now what happens that whenever we create, and you can also mention it not null. I mean, you can use multiple constraint here, so that should not be the issue. So you can simply mention not null. It means this value need to be entered while creating the record in the employee details table. So let's execute it. That should be fine. Insert into so now I just want to fill my employee ID as well as the city. You can fill other columns as well. It is just I want to save some time here. Employee ID city, and the values will be for employee ID. I can mention any value because there is no constraint. And in city, let's say I mention some other city. Let's say it's New Jersey, which is not present in our this list. Let's see that whether it will be executed or it will throw an error. It is throwing an error. Why? The insert statement conflicted with the check constraint. The conflict occur at this column here, right? So just change the name New Delhi. Now it should execute, right? One row affected. So now if you see the data, one row is there and with the city as New Delhi. And if you don't provide the name of the city, again it will throw an error because now it is the not null constraint also we have applied here. Again we have violated the constraint not null, that's why it is throwing an error, right? So this is the check constraint, and whatever the constraint we have seen, you can also apply it after you create the table. Okay, you can use alter command to create the constraint, right? For example, this one. Okay, let's drop the table. Let's drop the table and then again recreate this table. Drop table, table name, execute it. Okay, so that's fine. So now let's say I don't apply this constraint. Okay, I don't apply this constraint here. Let's create the table. Okay, table has been created. Now I just need to alter the table to apply the constraint. So alter table, name of the table, add constraint, So now what I have done, I just created the constraint. I alter the table, then add the constraint, same constraint what we have created at the table level, or sorry, at the column level. That is not the table level because we have provided a constraint over here. Okay, so whatever the constraint we have created at the column level previously while creating the table, same thing I am doing while altering the table. So now if I insert the value as Chennai, it will throw an error again because now again the check constraint has been violated. If you mention any other city which is part of your this list, then it should be executed, right? It is fine. Now we have entered one row with the city as Chicago. So whatever we have done for the check constraint, you can do the same for any constraint. Okay, this is the way to add the constraint after you have created the table, right? So this is the example for the in operator. Same thing you can do with different operator as well. So we have the in keyword, like keyword, and between keyword. Let's suppose I have the, again let's drop this table. Let's drop this table. I can also alter that, or maybe let's alter that table. Let's alter the table, alter table employee details, and then I'll add the column as age, add age, then the integer data type. Okay, so now I have the column age as well. So what I want to add the constraint. So I'll delete this line, and this time I'll add the constraint that is check age, and it should be, rather than in, I will say between. Your age must be between and 25. So both will be inclusive here. 18 and 25 both will be inclusive. So simply alter it. Okay, so that should be fine. Now let's insert any value. So I will insert the, so now let's see the structure of the table because we have made few changes. Okay, so we have the age here, and then there is check on column age and check on column city, and this age is greater than 18, greater than equals to 18 and less than equals to 25, and city is also here. So let's see that age one. So I will say insert into city, that should be fine, and then age, let's say if I mention 31, it should again throw an error, the violation of the check constraint, right? If I just provide here 21, it should execute, right? Because we have provided the constraint or applied the constraint that says the age should be greater than 18 and less than 25, or greater than equals to 18 and less than equals to 25, because both are inclusive here. So that's all for this tutorial, and here we have seen that how we can apply the check constraint. And in check constraint you can use in operator, between operator, like we have not seen. And then we have also seen that how we can alter the table or add the constraint after you have already created the table, right? So that's all for this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. So now let's see that what is the default constraint. So that is the last constraint that is provided by, or that are provided by SQL Server. So default constraint can be used to assign a constant value to a column, and the user need not insert values for such a column. So for that you can use the default constraint. So now let's see how we can define this constraint at the SQL level. Now let's say this is my table in which I have the employee ID and all these details. I added a column that is country here. Okay, and I want this to be always inserted as India if user do not provide the value, else it will take whatever the value user provide. So I can mention the default constraint here. So now how to do that one? Again, first you have to mention constraint, name of the constraint, def country. Then you have to mention default as the keyword, and then what will be your value? It will be India. So if no value is provided by the user, then it will automatically taken the value as India. So now let's execute it. insert into table, and here I will just provide employee ID and let's say salary. Run this command. So now you see that default we have provided India, so it has taken India here. But you can provide different value as well, because it is not kind of the check constraint, it is default. So it means that if the value is not provided, only then it will take the default value. So let's say I mention here as country, and it will be Australia. See, you have not received any error, and now it's India, first one, second one is Australia. So that is the use of the default constraint, that the constant value is defined. Same thing you can do at the alter level as well. I mean, when I say alter level, you can alter the table and then provide the constraint the same way we have done for the check constraint. So what you will do, I'll not run the command, I'm just showing it. Alter table, name of the table, then you have to provide the command add constraint, name of the constraint, then default value India for which column. Okay, so you have to mention after for, you have to mention the column, for which column you are providing this default value. You can run this. See, it is already saying that column already have a default bound on it. So this already provided, the default constraint is already there. That's why it throws an error. But if you want to alter the table after it has created, you can use this command to provide the default value. So that's all for this tutorial. And here we have seen that how to use the default constraint. So thank you for joining this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. In this tutorial, we will see that how we can import the Excel data to the database in your SQL Server. So let's say this is my Superstore database in which I don't have any table, and I want to import the Excel data, which is this orders table, to your sample Superstore database. So now let's see that how we can do that one. So now right click on the database. Here you have the option task. Just go here. You will find the import data. If you see import flat file, you can import the CSV file from this option. But here we want to import the Excel sheet. So I'll go to the import data option. Click on this. Just welcome to the SQL Server import export wizard. Click on next here. Select the data source as the Microsoft Excel. Excel file path. Just choose where your Excel file is there. Excel version depends on the version what you have of the Excel sheet. Just choose that one. Click on the next here. And in the destination, just select the option SQL Server native client. Windows authentication, let it be database. You can change the database from here. Okay, whatever the database you have present in your SQL Server, all will be listed over here. Or you can create a new database from this option new. But I have my database in the SQL Server which has already been created, so I will use this database. Click on the next here. Copy data from one or more tables, that's fine. Click on next here. As there are three tables in my Excel file, okay, I just want to use this orders. Or maybe we can import the, okay, let's import all these tables. Click on next here. Run immediately, that's fine. Next, and then click on finish. It will do all the processing. See here that how many rows are being transferred. Okay, so that's done. Click on close here. So just refresh it. Go to the tables. And then these three tables we have imported, right? Orders, people, return. If you want to rename it, right click on this, rename. Just let's say remove the dollar sign from here. Okay, so here in this tutorial, we have just imported the Excel data to our Superstore DB. So that's all for this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. Now understand the most popular statement for any database is the select statement. So it is used to retrieve data from one or more tables in SQL Server or any database on which you are working. So the basic syntax for that is that select, this is the keyword that you must provide. Column, name of the columns, or if you want to retrieve all the columns, then you can mention the asterisk, or sometimes we say it star. From, that is your table name, you have to provide the table name from where you want to retrieve the columns. And if you want to restrict your result on the basis of some condition, that you can provide over here. We'll see the examples of every condition or every possible condition. But for the syntax standpoint, this is the syntax here, right? So let's see the examples of select statement. Okay, so now let's say example of select literal. So it means that very basic select in which I do not pass any condition. I do not pass even the table name or column name, just the select keyword, and then you can use the some string here. For example, I just use any name, hello SQL. That's a string because it's in a single quote. Don't provide the double quotes for any string. Hello SQL, and then if I execute that one, it will be shown over here, right? So very basic select statement in which I do not pass any column name. It is just the constant string. Similarly, I can write any arithmetic operation as well. For example, select 7 into 10. That's it. So it will tell you the result here. You can also provide the alias. What the alias is? You can provide the name of the column, or even if you select any column and you want to change the name of the column. For example, your column name in the table is first underscore name, but you want to show here as first name, first space name. So you can provide the alias. And how to do? Just use the s and then whatever the name of the column you want to provide. So here I want to provide as result. So now just see the name of the column here, right? Similarly, if I just use the alias as and then anything, name one I just mentioned, anything you can mention. Okay, so name one is your column name and then hello SQL. So that is the example of the literal here. Now if you want to retrieve the all the columns, so we have seen that to retrieve all the columns we can use the asterisk or star. So here we will use the syntax as select star. So it means that all the columns from name of the table. So it will be my orders table. Okay, because right now I'm in the Superstore DB and here I have the orders table. I want to retrieve all the columns of that. So simply execute that one. So now it has shown all the columns from the orders table. But it is not recommended because if you have huge uh, uh, table, then it will take time or it will just consume the resources. Okay, so it's always recommended that whatever you want to retrieve, only pass only those column names. For example, here I want to retrieve few column names. Okay, so retrieve maybe country, city and all. Country, city, state of what I say of each order ID. So I will say select country, city, state. So your column name should be matching. From name of the table, I will not pass any condition here. Now run this command. See, it provide me all the country, city and state, right, for all the rows. If you see that in our database there were 9994. In my database, in my table, I had 9994 rows. Okay, so all the rows it has sent, or it has provided as part of this result. So that is the use of the select statement, and we can mention column names whatever we want to retrieve from the orders table. So in the next tutorial we will continue it with the other condition. So thank you for joining this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello all. With select statement you can also use the distinct clause or the distinct keyword, and it is used to eliminate the duplicate rows from a result set, right? So basic syntax is that same what we have seen previously. Select column 1, column 2, or whatever the columns you want to retrieve from table name where condition. Where is optional here, but here we use the keyword as distinct. Okay, so that it will just bring the unique columns. So let's see that in SQL how we can do that one. Okay, so first let's retrieve all the columns. Okay, so first understand the data set as well. So that is the data set for the sample superstore. You can consider any superstore in US, because if you see here the country is US only. Okay, we have only the US data. So any superstore in US, and then you will see that online transaction was done. So you have the order ID, order date when it was done, and in one order you can have the multiple items. That's why you can see here, just see these all are have the same order ID, but it will have the different product here. If you scroll right, then you will see that the state is same, postal code is same, but the product ID is different. So in one order, obviously we buy multiple product. So that's the scenario. Okay, so now you see that we have the category in which that product fall, subcategory, product name which was bought. Okay, what was the product name, what was the sales value, right? How much sales was generated by that product, how many quantities were sold, is there any discount applied or discount offered, and if there any profit generated. So wherever it's a minus value, it means that this transaction has generated the loss. The plus one are the profits, right? And there is some customer ID, because whenever we sign up on the online retail shop, we get one customer ID. So customer ID, customer name, so that's the information of the customer, whether customer belongs to the consumer, home segment or corporate, right? And there are 9994 rows. If you see here the row ID 9994. So now if you want to just get the unique cities or the unique state from here, because see, if I write select state from table name, it will give me again 9994 records. For example, I say select state from orders table, it will give me 9994 records, right? If you see here on the right, 9994 rows, and there are so many repetitive as well. So to find out the distinct values, what I will do, I will write the keyword distinct before my column name. Before my column name, I write the word distinct here. So now if I run this one, I get only 49 rows, because those are the unique state in my table. That's why we get only 49 rows. Now same thing if I write it over here. So now what will happen, that here we have mentioned 3 columns. So it will just eliminate the duplicate values of that, combination of that, where you have the in the same row, wherever you have the country, city, state same, it will just eliminate those rows. So if I run this command now, you get 604 rows. And if you check all the combination, because all the data is for the country US, so you get in this row, in this column, you will get the US value only. Then you have the city and state, but this combination is unique. Okay, so if you apply the distinct whenever you pass the multiple columns, so it will give the unique combination of that. So that's the use of the distinct clause here. Another one is the top keyword. So what is the top keyword? So the top keyword is used to limit the number of rows written by a query. So let's suppose I just want to have the top 50 rows. So I will write top 50 and will be replaced by 50, and then again the same thing, whatever we have seen, column 1, column 2, or you can use the asterisk to retrieve all the columns from table name where condition is optional. So let's see this one as well. Okay, so let's say I want to retrieve top 100 records and I want to retrieve all the columns. So I will say select top 100 star from table name and I will run this query. So now in the right you see it's 100 rows only. So it has bought only the 100 records from the table. If you want to retrieve only 5 records, it will just show you the 5 records only. If you want to retrieve the top 5 order ID, ship date, so always enclose it in the square bracket, else it will throw an error. So now if I try to execute it, it says that invalid column name because it is space is kind of the delimiter here. So always use the square bracket if there is a space in your column name. So this query will give me top 5 result and it will only retrieve the order ID, ship date, ship mode because these columns I have mentioned over here. So that's all for this tutorial and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. Where clause is used with the select statement and it is used to filter the rows that are returned in the result set of a select, update or delete statement. We will see the select statement in this tutorial along with where, and then update or delete we will see in the later tutorials. So it allows you to specify a condition and if the condition is met, only those rows are included. Rest are not included. So the basic syntax is same what we have seen for the select query. Okay, select column names or the asterisk if you want to retrieve all the columns from table name where condition. Okay, so the condition is the criteria used to filter the rows and where is the clause that is used to filter the rows based on that condition. So where is always used with some condition here, right? Also, there are many comparison operator that can be used with the where clause. So the popular ones are equals to, okay, let's suppose my country equals to United States. So it will show me only those records where the country equals to United States. Not equals to, as the name suggests, it will exclude the records which does not, pass this condition. Greater than, if my sales is greater than $1,000, it will, fetch all the records. Less than, again, if my sales is less than $1,000, it will just provide all the records. Greater than or equals to, and less than or equals to. So as the name suggests, if the records or if the condition met equals to as well. For example, my sales is greater than equals to 1000. So it will also include the records where the sales is equals to 1000 or more. And here as well, less than or equals to. So whatever I have the sales, that will also consider the equals to operator. Okay, so sales is equals to 1000 or lesser than 1000, just an example. So let's see that in our SQL Server. Okay, so first let's retrieve all the records from orders table. Okay, so now we have something called as state equals to Florida. So I'll use the where operator and I want to retrieve only those state where the state name mentioned as Florida. So now you see that now we have only 383 rows because for all these rows we have the state equals to Florida, right? Similarly, you can use different column as well. Let's say we have the integer type column as quantity and I want to find out all those records where quantity is greater than 5. So I'll use another comparison operator where the quantity is greater than 5. So I'll run this command. So now if you see the records it will give me the records only where the quantity is greater than 5. Now if I say that I want to see the quantity equals to 5 as well, okay, so equals to or greater than, so I will simply use the greater than or equals to operator. So now if you see here, you will see that quantity equals to 5 as well. So now it has retrieved the rows where the quantity is greater than equals to 5. Same thing if you want to see the quantity where it is less than, or the rows where the quantity is less than 5, it will retrieve all the records where the quantity is less than 5. So it will be 1, 2, 3, 4. If you say less than equals to 5, then it will also include the rows where the quantity equals to 5 as well. So very simple. So it is the logical or comparison operator, not logical, comparison operator we are using here. So now if I say that I want to get all the records where the quantity is not equals to 5. So select star from orders where quantity is not equals to 5. So it will show you all the records where quantity is not 5. See here, you don't find even a single row where the quantity is 5 here. Right, and it is not only the integer column, you can use any other column. For example, I say where the category is not equals to furniture. Show me all the records where the category is not equals to furniture. Execute that one. So now if you see category here, where it is, yep, here, you will not find even a single record where the category equals to furniture. So here you can use the comparison operator along with the where clause. So that's all for this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. So here we will see that what are the logical operators. So hello all. In this tutorial we will see that what are the logical operators in the SQL Server. So there are three logical operators, that is AND, OR and NOT. So these are used to combine or modify the conditions in your queries. So with the AND operator, it combines two or more conditions and returns true only if all the conditions are true. Or even if you have only one condition is true, it returns true. NOT, it just reverses the logical value of the condition. So as I told you that you can combine these conditions to create the more complex query. Okay, so let's see that in the SQL Server. So let's retrieve all the records from the orders table. Okay, so now we need to find out those records where ship mode is, let's say ship mode is standard class and your segment is corporate. Okay, so your segment is corporate and the ship mode is the standard class. So we will mention where ship mode equals to second class. So you will see that we are mixing the comparison operator with the logical operator, and your segment equals to, so whenever you have the string, you have to mention it in a single quotes. If you have the integer value, you do not need to mention it in a single quote, and you should not mention that in a single quotes. Okay, so my query is that where ship mode equals to second class and segment equals to corporate. So it has written 609 rows. So where both the condition are true, only those rows will be retrieved. So if you see here, let's do it side by side. Second class and corporate, right? If you see all the rows, in all the rows you have this combination second class and corporate. Okay, because we have mentioned the AND condition here. If I mention OR condition, then what will happen? It will just ignore this condition if this condition is true. If my ship mode is second class, then it will ignore this condition, right? So it means that any one of these conditions should be true. So in either of these, ship mode or the segment, this value should be mentioned. Okay, so let's run this one. So right now 609 rows are retrieved. So if you run this query, you will see many more rows. So now you see that 4, 3, 5, 6 rows. If you see here, now ship mode is second class, but the segment is consumer. But this condition was true, that's why it has returned this row. Here, for this one, the segment is corporate and the ship mode is the standard class, but still it returned because this condition is true, the second one, right? So here we have seen the AND operator, not operator. So let's see AND operator and OR operator. Now let's see the NOT operator as well, where NOT state equals to let's say Florida. So now what it will do, it will return all the all the states where it will returns all the rows where state is not equals to Florida. You see here state, you will see none of the row where state mentioned as Florida, and it's 9611 rows, right? So by that you can use the OR and NOT, and also you can just combine other operators as well. Yeah, that is your comparison operator. So let's take one more example. Where order date is greater than, so again if you provide the date value, then it is also in a single quote. So now let's say 2014 November, and then it will be first. So give me the orders which was placed after 1st November 2014. It is YYYYMMDD. So you'll see that I have only 921 rows, and if you see order date, it is all that is past 1st November 2014, right? And also if you want to combine, just use AND operator, where the ship mode is, or maybe let's use the ship mode only, where the ship mode equals to first class. So now I only have 133 rows where the ship mode is equals to first class and the order date is greater than 1st November 2014. You can also combine multiple logical operators. For example, I want to retrieve all the rows where the country or where the state is California, and the city could be your Los Angeles or maybe Sunnyvale. Okay, so let's write the query. Okay, so now what is happening? We have the AND condition. It means that both of these conditions should be true. This one is simple, single condition where state equals to California. So it will retrieve all the rows where state equals to California, but it should also check if the city equals to Los Angeles or Sunnyvale, only those cities will be returned. But it will not take it both because it's a OR operator, right? So either of the city will be returned, then it will return the result. So either it's a Los Angeles or the Sunnyvale, the result will be returned. So let's run this query. So now you see that we have only 6 rows because here okay, Los Angeles, I think we made the mistake in the spelling. Okay, it's Angeles. Oops, my bad. Los Angeles. Yep. So now if you execute it, you have 753 rows. So either the city is Los Angeles or the city is where it is. Yep. I think because there are only 6 rows. Yeah, Sunnyvale. Right. So here we have seen that how we can even combine the multiple logical operators. So that's all for this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. In SQL Server, we have 2 range operators, that is between and not between. You can use those operators with the where clause. So between operator test if a value is within a specified range, and it is also inclusive of the range values. So here if I say please provide me the total amount between 1000 and 2000, it means that 1000 and 2000 both are included. For the not between operator test if a value is outside a specified range. So here if I say give me the products where price is not between 10 and 100, okay, so it will be also inclusive 10 and 100. Okay, so it will give you the price which is not between 10 and 100, including the 10 and 100 as well. So let's see that in the SQL Server. Okay, select star from orders. Now let's use the range operator where quantity between, if I say 4 and 5, it means that it will give me the quantity 4 and 5 because in between there is nothing between 4 and 5. So let's execute it. So now you said that we have 2, 4, 2, 1 rows, and if you see here either I have the quantity 4 or 5, right? If I say give me the quantity between 4 and 7 or 4 and 10, so it will give me the quantity 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, wherever the quantity between these two values. See here quantity 5, 7, whatever we have, it will be between 4 and 10, included 4 and 10 as well. So that is the use of the between keyword. If I want to see the not between, so what I'll do, rather than between, I will just change it to the not between, where quantity not between 4 and 5. So it means that it will give me the quantity 1, 2, 3, then it will exclude 4 and 5 both, because both the operators between and not between included the start and the end of the range as well. So if I execute it, if you see here, I don't have the quantity 4 and 5. So same thing, if you change it to the 4 and 10, so I will have the quantity 1, 2, 3, and then from 11. See here 2, 3, 2, and then it will be 1, 2, 3, whatever, and then it will be after 10, okay, or beyond 10. So that's the use of the between and non-between operator. And also you can use it with the other operator as well. So I say where quantity between 4 and 10 and category equals to furniture. So now it will only include the values where my category equals to furniture. So let's run this one. What happened where quantity? Okay, now it should be fine. Yep, so now only we have 864 rows because their quantity is between 4 and 10. Okay, as well as the category will be furniture. You see this column, we have the value furniture only. So you can just mix multiple operators, whether it's a logical operator or your range operator or your comparison operator, you can mix match that one. So that's all for this tutorial. And here we have seen that how to use the range operator, that is between and not between, in SQL Server. So thank you for joining this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. Let's see that what are the list operators in SQL Server. So there are two list operators. One is the in operator. As the name suggests, it will include the values which is mentioned within your in operator range. Okay, so it is used along with where clause to specify multiple values that a column can have. So you can understand it like you have the multiple or conditions. Okay, you don't want to mention the or condition because it will further complex the query. So you can use the in operator. So if any of these values are present in this, it will return the whatever the columns you have mentioned, the select clause. Okay, so if your where condition contains any of the values, okay, so it is a kind of the or statements, then it will return true here. Not in operator, completely opposite. it is also used in a where clause to specify multiple values that a column should not have. Okay, so the syntax is that again you have to mention the column names whatever you want to retrieve, where column name not in whatever the values. So if it is not available here, then only it will return true. Let's see that in SQL Server. So first retrieve all the columns from our orders table. So we will write select star from orders. Okay, we need to change it to the superstore db from here, or you can simply write the statement use superstore db. Okay, so now we have to mention the where condition, where let's suppose I'll say where the state is Florida, Texas, or California. So I will say where state in operator, and then I will say California, comma separated, Texas, what happened? Okay, anyways, let's first complete it. Florida. Close this one. So now what happened? California. Okay, so I just missed to close it. Okay, so now it's fine. We have 3 string here or 3 state here. So now let's run this command. So now if you see here, we have only 3369 rows. And if you see the state here, only it will be California, Florida, or Texas. Right, so that is the use of the in operator, that it is, it will work like a multiple or statement. For example, if I want to see right now, it is 3369 rows, right? So I'll say where state equals to California or so now I'll write Texas here. And I can have multiple, more values here. So if I run this query, so right now you see that we have 3369 rows. If I execute it, again I have 3369 rows, because both of these are exactly same. Okay, so that is the use of the in operator, that you do not need to write the multiple or statements. So now what is the not in operator? So if I say where state not equals to not in California, Texas, Florida, it means that you will get all the rows where these states are not mentioned. Okay, you will get all the transaction which does not belong to these states. So just run this one. So now you have 6625, and in the state column you will not find these 3 states here. No California, no Texas, no Florida. Because now when it is all of these are not available, or any of these are not available for any of the transaction, okay, then it will return the true here, because it is the not in operator. So that's all for this tutorial, and here we have seen that how we can use the in and not in operators in SQL Server. So thank you for joining this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. So what are the wildcards in SQL Server? So wildcards are special characters that allow you to search for data that matches a certain pattern. And we use the like keyword to search for a string with this wildcard mechanism. So the like keyword is used to select those rows that match the specified portion of the current string. Right? So there are certain commonly used wildcards are, that is the ampersand. So this symbol represents 0, 1 or multiple characters. For example, the pattern C ampersand would match any string that start with the letter C. Another one is the underscore. So this one, when you mention underscore, that only mention or that only represent a single character. For example, the pattern this represent that it would match any string which starts from a single letter, which can be replaced from this underscore and should end with A and T. We will see the examples for all. Square bracket is used to match any single character with the specified range. So here underscore means that it can be filled with any character. But with the square bracket, you mentioned that between A to Z here, but you can use A to D or whatever the single character you want to fall in that range, and that should be followed by A and T. For the square bracket, okay, this one with the caret symbol are used to match any single character that is not in the specified list. Okay, for example, this one, if you have mentioned this as a pattern here, so it means that it would match any string that start with the character other than, because this is kind of the not here. So other than AB or ABC, and it should be followed by AT. So let's see the examples of this in SQL Server. So first retrieve all the transaction from the orders table. So now you see that it just retrieved all the transition, that is 9994 rows, and it is the data for each of the state in US. Okay, so now I want that my state should start with new or n. Okay, so what I'll do, where state like, with the wildcard I always use the operator like. Then in the single quote I will mention if it is start from n. So I will say n and ampersand. So simply execute it. So now you see that only I have 1655 rows. Now if I go to the state column here, you will see that all the states mentioned over here start from n here. Either it's a North Carolina, New York, New Jersey, New Mexico, whatever it is, but it starts from n. But now you want that it should be start from NEW. Okay, after NEW it can contain any character. So what you will do, you will change it to the NEW here. Okay, so in those scenario, North Carolina and all those which does not start from NEW like Nevada, so these all will be eliminated. Okay, so let's see the how many rows it will be retrieved. So just execute it. So now it's only 1322. And if I go to the state, you will see that New York, New Jersey, and all those which start from new. So here you can use the different combinations. Okay, for example, you want it ends from certain character. Okay, let's say let's say it ends with the A. So what I'll do, rather than mention it in the end, I will say that any characters can come here, but it should end with the alphabet A. Execute it. So now you have 4456 rows, and if you see the column state, see it's a California, Florida, whatever the states ends with the alphabet A. South Carolina, Montana, Virginia, okay, whatever the states, okay, but it should always end with the alphabet A here. So that's the use of the ampersand, and it is the most popular among all the keywords here. So now let's say I want to use, what was the second one, underscore. So this time I will say where. Okay, so right now what are the regions I have in my data set? It's a south, west, central, and east. Okay, so I have the 4 regions in my database here, or in my orders table. So now if I say where region like, this need to be used because that's the keyword here. Single quotes, and underscore means that it will be replaced by only single character. So it will be, let's say west you want to retrieve. So it will be like, first one can be any character. First one can be any character, but these 3 should be EST. So any character will be followed by EST. So just run this query. So now it's 3203 rows, and you see the region is west, right? Because it should followed by EST. And if you see, we do not have any other region which has the last 3 character as EST, and you can use with any column here, right? Similarly, let's suppose you want to mention it as a West, and then so it means that it can be filled with any character, but again, as we don't have any other region, so it will return again West only. So it's again 3203 rows, and if you see the region, it's West. Similarly, you can mention East as well. Again, so it will be now EA, because it can contain any alphabet here. Right now the region is East. Similarly, third one is our range of alphabets. So again, I'll take the same example. Now this time I will mention my first alphabet can be anything between A to D, and it should be followed by AST. So now if I run this, I will not get any result. Why? Because my four region, that is West, East, South and Central, does not have the first character as between A to D and followed by AST. If I have the East, okay, so my first alphabet should be E here. So if I just change my range to A to F, let's say, so it is A, B, C, D, E, F. E also comes between this, right? If I run this one, then I will get all the records which starts from the alphabet E, where the region starts from alphabet E or between A to F. So in this scenario, I have the E as well, right? East. So that's the use of the these square brackets, okay, that it can be replaced with a single character but between these range only. The last one we have seen as the square bracket and not. Again, like keyword, now I say ABC AST, so it should be followed by AST. Okay, this pattern should be followed by AST. So if I run this, I will get East only. Why? Because see, a region equals to East. Why it is happening? Because it should not be, the first alphabet should not be any of the A, B or C. If I mention it D, E, now I will not get anything, because E is now part of this which should be excluded. Okay, all those records should be excluded which starts from any of these alphabet and followed by AST. So in this scenario, our East will also be gone, right? So if I just remove East here, E here, then I will get all the records for the East region, right? So that's all for this tutorial, and here we have seen that how we can use the wildcard characters or wildcard pattern matching in a SQL Server. So thank you for joining this one, and I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hello all, what is null in SQL? So in the SQL Server terms, null is an unknown value or a value for which data is not available. You can use the where clause along with null operator. So there are two null operator, is null or is not null. So these are used to test for null values in a column. So the is null operator, as the name suggests, returns true if a column contains a null value and false otherwise. For example, if you use this query, select asterisk from customer where address is null. So it will return all the customer where address has not been mentioned. There is opposite of is null operator, that is not null, and it returns true if a column does not contain a null value. So if a column contains a valid value, okay, it will return true and it will return all those values or the rows. So it is also important to note that null is not same as an empty string or a zero value. Null represent the absence of value, whereas empty string or a zero value represent a specific value. So even if a string is empty, there is nothing, okay, still that is a value, but null means that we have not provided any value here, right? So let's see that how we can use the is null and is not null operator in SQL Server. Okay, so we have a employee database in which we have the employee details table. So let's select top 1000 rows, okay, from UI directly. Okay, so now I have these 5 columns here or 6 columns here, and in that I have null values. I have not passed any value, that is the null. Okay, we have passed just the empty string. Okay, so these are the empty values. So now if I want to retrieve only those rows where my join date is null. Okay, where my join date is null. So I'll use the where operator, where join date is null. Now let's execute it. So now we get only 2 rows because here join date was not mentioned or is not available here, right? Now what is the is not null? So opposite of that, we get here 2 rows where the join date was not mentioned. Now I'll get rest of the rows where the join date is mentioned. So where my join date is not null. So wherever I have the value, it will retrieve those results. Also, I told you that your null operator or the null is not equals to the missing value. So here we have the first name and last name. So these are just the missing value, that is the empty string, not precisely the missing value, but the empty string. So we have not provided any valid value here. Okay, we just pass the empty values. So how we can, let's try that one. So if I mention where my first name is null, so it will not retrieve these value because these are not null, these are the empty string. So if I execute it, you don't find that values, right? Now if I say is not null, in this scenario I'll get my empty string as well because that is different from the null values, right? This is my empty string, it is not the null values. So that's the use of the keyword is null and is not null, and it is very, very important because many times in the database the values are not supplied. Okay, because from the source you are not getting the right values or the values at all, not the right values, the values at all. Okay, so in those scenario you can just use the where whatever the columns you are trying to get it, and then pass that is null. So it will retrieve all the values or all the rows where the value was not passed from the source side, okay, or the null value is there. Okay, so that's all for this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. You can use the update command to modify the existing records in a table. So you can update one or more columns of a one row or multiple rows based on the specified condition. That condition, you put that in a where clause. So this is an example where we update the customer table record where the customer ID equals to 1. So the syntax is update, then the name of the table which you want to update, set, this is the keyword, again the name of the columns which you want to update, where the condition, okay, the filter condition. You can also update the multiple rows where last name equals to Smith. So in this scenario, this will update all the records where the last name SQL will find it as a Smith. Okay. So when you use the update command, you should ensure that you put the appropriate condition in the where clause so that the desired rows will be updated and you have the necessary permission to update the or modify the table. So now let's see the example in SQL Server. Okay, so this is my employee details table, and here I want to update the first name and last name where the employee ID is 1002. Okay, for the record 3, I want to update the first name, last name as well as the salary. So the command is update, then the name of the table, set keyword, first name equals to, let's say James, last name equals to Piper, and salary equals to, let's say 7,000, where EMPID equals to 1002. So now let's run this command. Okay, one row affected. So what has happened? What has happened with this? We update the table employee details and we update the row where the employee ID is 1002. we set the first name, James, last name, and salary. So here the record is only one with the employee ID, but if you have multiple records, all the records will be updated. Now let's see our table. See, if where the employee ID is 1002, it updated the first name, last name, as well as the salary. So now let's say where I have the salary equals to 3000, I want to update the country. So both the records should be updated. Set country equals to USA, where salary is greater than, let's use another condition, greater than 4000. So in this scenario, wherever my salary is greater than 4000, that is the last 4 rows, here the country will be updated as US. See, 4 rows affected. See here, this we have updated just now using the update command. So that's the use of the update command. If you want to update anything which has already been present in your table, you can use this command. So that's all for this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. So in this tutorial, we will see that how we can sort the data or sort the result in SQL Server. So in SQL Server, the order by clause is used to sort the result of a select statement in the ascending or descending order. And you can also use one or more columns in the order by clause. Okay, for example, here what we are doing, that order by first on the basis of the column 1, and then the result will be ordered by on the basis of the column 2, depends on our condition here. So the order by clause sorts the result in the ascending order by default. So if you do not mention ASC, okay, ASC means the ascending, DESC means the descending. So even if you do not mention anything here, it will always sort the result in the ascending order. But if you want the result to be sorted in the descending order, then you have to provide the keyword DESC in your statement. So here just a query, select star from the customer order by last name ascending. It means that it will be sorted on the basis of the last name. Okay, and then the further result will be sorted on the basis of the first name, that is in the descending order. Okay, descending means that from the name perspective it will be from Z to A, right? That is from your highest to lowest. So now let's see that in SQL Server how we can apply the order by clause. Okay, so first retrieve all the records from the order table. Okay, so now I want to sort this on the basis of the customer name. Right now you see that it is not sorted, right? It's a Tracy, so T, then M, G, so it is not sorted. So I want to sort it on the basis of the customer name. So I'll say order by, and see I do not need to mention where here. Okay, so there is no dependency on the where clause, order by customer name. So I told you that if I want to sort on the basis of the ascending order, I do not need to mention any keyword here. So just execute it. So now you see that my customer name or my entire result has been sorted on the basis of my customer name. So it is from the A to Z here, right? I have not mentioned any keyword. Even if I mention ASC, that is the ascending order, the result will not change because that's the default. Now if I want this to be sorted on the basis of the descending order, that is your customer with the name starts from Z should come as the very first record. Then I will change it to the descending. So now you see that the customer name now has changed to the descending order, right? So now what you want first it should be your customer name should be sorted on the basis of the ascending order. Then your state should also be sorted on the basis of the descending order. Right now it's a WTON, then again N, so it is not sorted, right? Then P, so it is not sorted right now. So for each customer I want this to be sorted. Okay, so now let's see that how we can do. Again, so I will use state here. So order by customer name ascending, then use the state column, and then it will be sorted in a descending order. So now if I see the result here, let's move it here. So now you see that for each of the customer, let's take this Adam here. First it is sorted on the basis of this entire result is sorted on the basis of the customer name. For each customer, your state is also sorted. For example, this Adam, now W, V, P, N, I, okay, and then C. So this is now descending order. Your state has been sorted in the descending order and customer name is sorted on a ascending order. You can also use order by with different clauses. For example, let's retrieve the top 100 rows from the orders table. Top 100 star from orders. So this is only 100 rows. See here. So now if I mention order by sales descending, so it will see entire result set or entire data set, and then it will just retrieve top 100 rows on the basis of the sales. Okay, it is not to retrieve the top 100 from the data set, but on the basis of the sales. So where in those transactions where the highest sales recorded, it will retrieve those 100 transactions executed. So now if you see that row ID has changed, right? Previously it was 1 to 100, but now the row ID has changed, depends on the sales recorded. So now you see that sales is from the highest to lowest and the first 100 records, right? So that's all for this tutorial, and here we have seen that how we can use the order by clause in the select statement. So thank you for joining this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. Let's understand what are the aggregate functions in SQL Server. So the aggregate functions on execution summarize the value for a column or a group of columns within a table for which they are applied. So there are few common used aggregate function in SQL Server, that is the count, sum, average, min, max. So count returns the number of rows in a table. So if you use count star, it will give you the number of rows in a table, irrespective of whether those values are null or not null. But if you use the column name, then it will only count the not null values. Okay, sum returns the sum of values in a column. Average, as the name suggests, returns the average value of a column from a table. Max returns the maximum value in a column. Min returns the minimum value. And aggregate functions are commonly used with the group by clause to calculate the result for each group. Also, average, sum, minimum, maximum, count function ignore the null values. That's why when I said that when you use count and then the column name, it will ignore the null value. It will not count the null values. But count star functions count the null values as well. So let's see all these functions in SQL Server. So this is my employee details table, and here I have the employee ID, first name, last name, salary, join date, country. So now let's understand the aggregate functions in this table. So let's use the count star. So I'll say select count star from name of the table. Your name of the table is employee details. Run this query. So now this is the 6 here because your total numbers in this table or total record in this table are 6 here. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's why count star returns 6 here. You can also provide the alias to this column here. So you can just mention number of records equals to whatever the value here. So it will be number of record will be your column name now, right? Or you can also use same as now run this one. Same thing. Okay, so in both ways you can provide the alias to any of the column. So that is the count star. So now let me again see the list of the columns from this table. So now what is the count functions. So I'll copy this one and I'll say rather than star, I will use employee ID. Employee ID. So it will again return 6 here. Why? Because there is no null value here, right? But now if I change it to the different, column here. So let's say if I use first name, in first name I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because this is blank and it is blank is not null. Okay, blank is the blank. So I will say here count first name. It will give me 5. Why? Because it has ignored the null value. Same thing if you try to do this one for the join date, count join date, then it will be 3 only. But why? Because 3 are null here. So let's see this one as well. Right? The number of records are 3 only. Now let's see what is the sum. Select sum of salary, because salary is the numeric or integer value here, as salary from employee details table. So now it is 20,000, because if you count all the rows of salary column, it will be 20,000, 10,000, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So if you count that, it will be 20,000. It just ignore the last value. As I told you that only count star consider the null value. Apart from that, all other function just do not consider the null value. For example, if I use the average salary here. So now average salary, you have the 6 record, right? And you have the 20,000 salary here, right? 20,000 divided by 6, it will be around 3,000 something. But as I told you that all these function ignore the null value. So it will be 4,000. Average salary. See, average salary is 4,000 because it ignores the null value. Right? So it simply ignores the null value. Similarly, you have the max and min. So that we will see in the next tutorial, that how we can use the max and min functions, or max and min aggregate functions there. Now let's understand what is the max and min aggregate functions. First, see the example of max here. Max return the maximum value of the column. So I will say select max. I want to find out the max salary. Okay, run this command. What it will return? If you see the salary column, the highest salary, so it is the 5,000, right? You have the 2 rows where the salary is 5,000. It will return a single value, that is the 5,000, because that's the maximum salary in the salary column, right? Now you can also use the max function with the non-numeric data. Okay, let's say you have the first name. Okay, so let me again execute what happened. Okay, yeah, so let's again see the original table where I have the first name. Okay, so I can also find out the maximum of the non-numeric column. So here what will be my first name maximum value? So it will be, if you see the alphabetical order, so V comes in the last. If you see the order from A to Z, V will be the last alphabet or the maximum alphabet from here, right? So if I write this max of first name, so it should return Vikas here, right? Similarly, you can also use it for different column types. For example, join date. It is the maximum join date from the column list. See here, this one is 2008, 10, 12. So this is the highest, right? This is a maximum date from all the dates available in the join date column, right? You can also use it for any column type. So now let's see the minimum. Minimum is just opposite of that. That is, it will give you the lowest value. As minimum salary, and it is always a good practice to use the keywords in uppercase. For example, this is the keyword, this is the keyword, this one is the keyword. So use it in uppercase from employee details table. So now what it should return? It should return the 3000 here, right? Same thing, you can use it for the, let's use this example with the first name. And here it is not the first name because we changed the column here. Okay, so what is my maximum first name? So that we have seen. Now let's see the minimum of first name. So if I see here, see this is my first name, what will be my output? Whether it's null? No, because null is ignored for any of the aggregate function except count star. So now whether it will be A? No, this is blank. So SQL Server will consider this as your minimum value. Okay. So now if I run this one, you will see it's blank because that is, there is no value passed and SQL Server considered this as the very first value, okay, or the minimum value of the first name. Similarly, you can use the join date as well. So minimum of the join date, it will be, I think 2008, some value present as 2008, yes. So that is my minimum of join date. Again, maximum minimum, you can use it for any of the column type. But if you use the sum on your, character type data or the non-numeric data, it will throw an error. So if I run this one, it is invalid because this one is the varchar. Okay, and you cannot use the varchar in sum or average. So that's all for this tutorial, and here we have seen that how we can use the maximum and min functions in SQL Server. So thank you for joining this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. In this tutorial, let's understand that what is the group by clause. So SQL Server provides a method of grouping the result set by using the group by clause. Group by clause summarizes the result set into groups as defined in the query, mostly using the aggregate functions. And your aggregate functions like count, sum, average, max, and min to summarize the data. Let us understand that on one example. Okay, so this is my employee details table. Here I have the employee ID and first name, last name, salary, join date, and country. So I have these 6 columns. So now my requirement is that I need to find out the average salary. I need to find out the average salary of employees from each country. So that will be my output, just to show you here. So now what is happening? Find out the average salary of employees for each country. Okay, so it means that somehow I want the data for each country. So in my data set I have India, Australia, India. So again India, and then UK, then again India. So this is my one set. Okay, then I have the Australia, and then UK. So now I have 6 rows, right? 3 of India, 2 of Australia, and 1 is of UK. So now what I have to do, I want to find out the average salary of employees from each country. So for this country, okay, India, I want a single row. I want single row as India, and then what is the average salary here? So this is the salary against India. So 3000 plus 4000 plus 5000 divided by 3. So it will be 5 plus 9, 12. 12,000 divided by 3. So it will be 4,000. Similarly, I want to find it for Australia. So again for Australia, it will be 3,000 plus 7,000. 10,000. So it will be 5,000 for Australia. Right? And similarly for UK here. So this is just the 6 rows, but you can have the thousands of rows. So again, it will work in the same way. So what we are doing, we are grouping. Okay, we are grouping these countries, right? So that we have a single row. We have the distinct row here. So my query will be select. Okay, we will fill the columns, okay, later, from table name, that is your employee details. Now I don't need to put where clause here, because I do not know even where country equals to India, where country equals to Australia. I cannot have that one because I can have n number of countries here, right? So from employee details, group by, so that will create the groups. Group by, so that's my clause, and then the column name, group by country. So now whatever you put it over here, whatever you can put it over here, you can use the only that column in your select here. You can only use that column in your select here. So that is the rule, else group by will not work. And if you want to use any other column, those can be used with the aggregate function. So in this scenario, I want to find out the average salary. So it will be average and then salary column. So it will be kind of the select country, comma, average salary from employee details group by country. Alright, so that will be my query. So now let's do that in the SQL Server. Another thing is that if you think like you only need to find out the countries here, I do not need to find out the average salary. So in those scenario, you can use the distinct as well. Okay. So this is my table which we have seen. So now I'll write it select. Okay, I'll later write the column here from employee details. Okay, I need to change the database to employee here. From employee details, group by. So ideally you should use it in uppercase here, group by country. And now I'll say select country. So if I run this query only, what it will give me? So it will group it on the base of the country. So I will have India, Australia and UK. So I will have 3 rows here, India, Australia, UK, right? But I want the average salary as well. So what I'll do, country and the average salary for each country. So it will be average, that is my aggregate function. And then I will use my column salary, and then I can just provide the alias here, average salary. Now if I run this command, it will give me the right result, that is Australia's average salary, India and UK. Right? So this is the use of the group by clause. So if I use the distinct here, it will not make any difference. If I just use the distinct here, because you only have the unique countries. So even if you run this command, it will not give any difference, but it will overhead on the SQL Server. Okay, so please don't use group by along with distinct in this scenario. So that's all for this tutorial, and here we have seen that how to use the group by clause in SQL Server. So thank you for joining this one, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. So what is the use of the having clause in SQL Server? So it is used to filter the results of a group by query. Okay, so we have already seen that what is the use of the group by, but if you want to filter the result or outcome which is provided by a group by, you can use the having clause. So you know that what is the use of the where clause. So where work with the select statement and having work with the group by. Because if we see the overall order of execution, that we will see later, but in that your group by will execute after the where clause. Okay, so where will not work. So if you want to filter, okay, if you want to filter whatever the result you get, okay, if you want to filter the groups here, you need to use the having, okay, having clause. So let's see that in SQL that how we can do that one. Okay, so let's suppose we have to find out the region which has recorded more than $50,000 profit from our this orders table in the Superstore database. Right? So in our Superstore database, we have to find out that how many or regions, okay, the name of the region which has recorded more than $50,000 profit. So how we can do that one? So very first thing is the select. We will see the columns later from orders. Now we want to find out the regions. So to get the regions only, we need to group them. We need to group them, group by region. So just mention select region here. So what it will give? It will as good as your distinct clause. Select distinct region from orders. Right? But I want the profit as well. So I want the regional profit. So for east, south, west, and central, what's the profit for each of the region? So I simply group those region, because if you see the original table, okay, let's see the original table. So here if you see, we have the column that is the region, okay, south, southwest, okay, so there are 994 rows. So what I want the 4 rows that contains the consolidated sum for each of the region. Okay, that's why I use the group by, because it will give me 4 regions here, okay, or it will group the regions based on the different domains present in the region or different values present in the region. So I have the 4 regions, that's why it will give me 4 groups. So I will say select region. Okay, so till now it will give me 4 groups here. So now I want the profit. Okay, so it will be again aggregate function, and you know that we can use either the aggregate function or same same attribute or same column which you have used in the group by. You can use the same in the select clause. So sum of profit. So now run this one. We will get the profit for each of the region. Okay, so that is the first part. Let's provide the alias here. Okay, so profit, this is just the column name. So that's the regional profit. But what I want to show only the region which has recorded more than $50,000 profit. So if you see here, east 91,000, yes, more than 50, south, no, west 100,000, yes, and central it is less. So in my output, I should get the south, east and west, not south, east and west. So I need to filter the groups. Okay, I need to filter the groups. If I want to filter the entire table, okay, at the table level, I can use the where clause. But here I want to filter these groups. So for that, I can use the having clause. Having, again, sum of profit. So with the having, mostly we use the aggregate functions. Sum of profit is greater than $50,000. So this is the profit here. So now run this query. So now I only have the 2 records, because for these 2 records, I have the profit which is more than 50,000. So what we have seen, we can, if you want to filter the groups, okay, if you want to filter the groups, in those scenario, we can use the having clause. Okay, so it is used to filter whatever the result you get as part of your group by clause. So that's all for this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all, there are many types of inbuilt functions in SQL Server that you can use to ease the task or to format the data, manipulate the data. For example, you have the string functions, you have the conversion functions, you have the mathematical functions, you have the date functions. So in this tutorial, we will see what are the string functions. So I have listed down few of the functions which we use normally. For example, length, len, it is used to find out the length of the string. For example, here, if we give len is your function name, then whatever the string you want to provide, it returns the length of that string. In the same way, you have the upper, lower, left trim. It means that the left space will be truncated, will be removed, and R trim, right space will be removed. Substring, if you want to pull the specific string starts from the defined position, then you can use the substring function. In the same way, you have the replace. For example, if you want to replace any occurrence, okay, you can use the replace function. Left, it means that if you want to retrieve anything from the left of the string, you can use the left function. Similarly, you have the right, concat, and many more. Okay, so let's see that in SQL Server. So if you want to find out the length of a string, you can use the length function. Okay, any string. So now what's the length? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and it should be in a single quotes, because string we pass in SQL Server in a single quotes. Execute it. So the length is 11. Why? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11 alphabets are there. So the length is 11 here. You can also use the same functions to your table directly. What I meant? So if I want to just retrieve the data from the orders table, okay, so now let's suppose I want to find out the length of the customer name here. Whatever the names I mentioned over here, I want to find out the length. So what I'll do, and let's pull the customer name only. I don't want to pull all, and it is also not a good practice to pull all the or retrieve all the columns. Okay, just retrieve whatever you need that. So I will say customer name, and then length of the customer name column. Right, so run this command. See here, if you just count that 6 space 7, okay, space will also be counted, and then 4. 7 plus 4, 11. In the same way, it has just provided the length of all the customer name. So you can use the functions directly in your table. So it's not only that you can use in the form of the literal, but you can use, and this is the more frequent way or more used way to find out the or to use these functions in SQL Server. Similarly, let's suppose I want to find out the or I want to just change it to the lower case. So right now it is mixed case. I want to change it to the lower case. So I'll use the function lower, and then you will see that all this alphabet will be changed to the lower case. See here. You can also give the name, any name, whatever you want to give. String manipulation. Okay, in the similar way, you can have the upper function. So it will change all the alphabet to a uppercase, right? You can also have, let's say, let's use the left function. Left will it requires the 2 argument. So what are the argument? First is your whatever you want to, see here left, what left will do. Left will give you the character whatever you will mention here. So for example, I mention 5, so it will give me the 5 characters from the left. So it will be like, for this example, CLAIR, it will give me 5 characters. Okay, here as well as seen, and then space. See here, space you are not able to see, but here it gives you 5 characters from this name. Okay, left 5. If you want to use the right, then as the name suggests, it will give you the right 5 characters. So in this scenario, this one, let's run that one. Give and the space, you can see that space has also retrieved. Hoffman, FFMAN. So the last 5 character it will retrieve. Okay, similarly, you can use other functions as well. So here we have seen that lower, upper, length, left, and right. 5 functions we have already seen. Let's see few more. So now let's suppose substring. Okay, what substring will do? So substring returns the length characters from the start position of the expression. So it will take 3 argument, that is your name of the column or whatever the value on which you want to do some operations, and then the start position. okay, and then the number of characters you want to retrieve. So let's see in the example here. Okay, let's take the same example. Customer name, comma, substring. See here, if you just hover it, it say that expression, starting position and length, and these are the integers. So first the expression is your string, and then both are the integers here. So substring, and then my customer name. Okay, so let's suppose, or let's change it. Let's change it to the order ID. First, see that what are the order ID we have. Okay, so let's say I want to retrieve first two alphabets. Okay, because first two alphabets might denote some, some country or whatever. Okay, so in this scenario, I want to retrieve the first two alphabet here. Or maybe let's go to the product ID, and here let's retrieve the middle two alphabets. It denotes something which we do not know, but let's retrieve these two alphabets using the substring. So I will say select product ID. Now it will take three arguments. So product ID, then my from where it should be started, 1 2 3 4 fifth. It should start from fifth character, and it will give me these two. So it will give me 2 length. Okay, or the length will be 2 here from orders. Let's run this one. So now see here, what we have done, we have retrieved only these two characters from it. So it will be from where I want to retrieve. So that is my very first argument. Okay, and then what will be the start position? So I want to start it from fifth character, and for what length I want to retrieve. So that is 2. That's why 2 characters have been retrieved from here. If I change it to the 4, then 4 characters will be retrieved. Right? 1 2 3 and then 4. So that's the use of the substring here. Similarly, if you want to reverse the string, for example, I have SQL and I want to just reverse it LQS. That also I can do. Let's say I have the region. I will use the reverse function, and then I will have the region column. Okay, so let's run this one. See here, it just reverses the string. Whatever the string you have provided here, it just reverses that one. Okay, similarly, you can have multiple more examples. Okay, left trim, right trim. Okay, so I will not be able to show from here, but let's do it in a form of literal. So select left trim, and I have the data, some spaces, and then I have the data hello world. So what it will do, it will just remove these spaces. Right, this is my answer here. Similarly, if I have the space after the string and I use the right trim, it will not remove the spaces before the string. It will remove only after the string. That is the right of the string. So because you won't be able to figure out from here, but it has removed the spaces. So if you see here, it has started from this point. Previously, it has started somewhere from the middle. Right? So it has not removed the left spaces, it has removed the right spaces. You can also use multiple, functions. For example, left trim. Now what will happen? It will first remove the right spaces, and then this final, whatever the output will be having, okay, that will be passed to this left trim function, and then it will remove the left spaces as well. So you can have multiple Here it is. So you can use the multiple function in a single statement. Right? For example, here we are doing the reverse, but I'll change it to the upper as well. So first I reverse the string. First this operation will be done, and that will be the input for this function. So now you see that first it has done the reverse, and then it changed the case to the upper, right? So by that way, you can use the string functions in your SQL Server statement. So that's all for this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. In this tutorial, we will see that what are the date functions. So what is the use of the date functions? So date functions are used to manipulate the datetime values, perform arithmetic operations, and perform the date parsing. So now let's see few of the examples of the date function. So the very first one is the get date. So what it does, it returns the current date and time. This is the example. It doesn't take any parameter. You just need to mention the name of the function. Date add. What it does, it add or subtract a specified time interval from a date. So you will see that there are three parameters here. The second one is the interval. The first one is that what you want to add. So in this example, in the day you want to add 9. So let's suppose today is 10th of June, then it will add 9 days on 10th of June. So your new date will be 19th of June, because it's a get date, so it will take a current date. Else you can also provide the column name here, that in which column you want to do this manipulation. Same way you can use the hours, month, year, and there are many options. You can use it instead of day here. What is the date difference? It calculates the difference between 2 days, 2 dates here. So here what you want to find out, again, whether you want to find out the difference in terms of the days, month, year, hours, seconds, or there are again many options there. So here you have to provide two parameters after your initial first parameter, that is the date 1 as well as the date 2. So for example, you have the order date and ship date. So you want to calculate that how many days company take in delivering your order once you place the order. So it will be you minus the shipped order date from the ship date. Okay, so for example, 1st of January, you placed an order and it was delivered on 10th of Jan. So, and you want to find out the difference in terms of the day. So it will be 10 days difference. Similarly, you have the year, month, day. So it extracts the year, month, or day from a date. Date part, it extracts the date part from your expression. So in this scenario, it will returns the year if you mention the year here. For month, it returns the month. For day, it returns the day. So in this scenario, it will returns the 17 here because it's 17 June 2023. But there is something called as date name as well, because the date part extract as an integer, but date name extract as a character value. So for these, if I consider the same example here, then the second one. Okay, so in this scenario, if you use the date name, then it will returns the June here. Okay, because it returns a character value. Format is used to to format a date or time using the pattern which you have provided here. EO month is the end of month, so it returns the last day of the month. For example, I provided a date as 17th of June, and it returns the last day of the month, that is the 30th of June, because whatever the last day of this month, okay, it will return that. So now let's see that in the SQL Server how we can do these functions. So now let's see the very first example, that is the get date. So it will provide you the current date and time. So it returns the date and time. Execute it. So this is the current date and time which is being fetched by the get date function, right? Similarly, you can use your date and time columns from your table, and you can just use these functions on those columns. So now let's use the order date and ship date. These are two columns we had in our Superstore database from the orders table from the Superstore database. So I will say select order ID and then order date as well as the ship date. Okay, so this is my order ID, and for each order ID, what's the order date when the order was placed and when the order was shipped. So now what I can do, I can add some date on this order date. Okay, so for that, how I'll do, I'll say select date add. I'll use this function and it will take three parameters. First is the interval. Interval means that whether you want to add the day, month, year, or what. So let's say I want to add day here. So I say my interval is day. Then I want to add 10 days. Okay, 10 days to the date what I'm going to provide. So I will say in the order date, add 10 days here. So I'll say order ID as well. Okay, let me fetch order date as well so that we can compare it. As new date from orders. So let's run this command. So now you see that this is the original column and this is my new column. So I added 10 days. So wherever it's the 9th of November, now it's 19th of November, right? We added 10 days in the current date. Similarly, you can also use month here. You can use different interval. So in this scenario, let's say I add one month only. So now it is 11th of 2013. Now it is 12th of 2013, right? So I add 1 month in the current date. I can also use the date difference. For example, I want to find out the difference between these two dates, order date and new date. So what I'll do, I'll use the function date difference, and what it takes, again it will take the interval that on what basis or in which format I want my result. So I will say I want a day only. So I want to give the order date, the first date and the second date. So it will give you the number of days between when the order is placed and when the order was delivered. So let's run this one. See here, 9th and 12th. How many days? It's 3, right? Similarly, 11th and 18th, 7 days. So it will just take the difference from this one, ship date and order date. You can also use the month, but mostly it's 0 because it is delivered on the same month. But in case, if you place the order at the end of the month and then the month changes when it is shipped, in this scenario, you will see the as 1 the answer will be. So I will say rather than day, I'll say month here and number of months. See here it's 0, but where the month is changed, for example this one the order was placed on 27th of August and it was delivered on 1st of September, so the month has changed. That's why it is 1 here. Now let's suppose that I want to extract the year from the order date. So what I'll do, I'll use the function year, select year, then I'll use the order date column. If you want, you can provide the alias as well. Similarly, if you want to extract the month, you can use the month here. Okay, so it will extract that in which month that order was placed. Okay, for each order. So you can just use these two as well so that you can validate the result. Okay, so it is just fetch the the month here. Similarly, you can also fetch the day. So I'll use the day in place of month. Alright, so this is the use of the year, month and day function. Similarly, you have something called as format. So let's suppose I don't want this this to be formatted in this way. Okay, I don't want this HH, MM and SS. Okay, I don't want the time here. So what I can do, one way to do that one is I'll simply use the format function on the order date. So what I'll do, I'll write here format, and what it takes that what you want to format. So I want to format the order date, and I want to format it in YYYY DD. So now you see that it is my new column. Why it has taken 0 here? Because should be in the capital letters. So let's change it to the in the caps. Now you will see that it has just taken the date part only, not this time. Right? So this is the use of the format function. There is another function which we have seen. It is known as the date part and the date name. Okay, so let's use that one as well. We have also seen the function that are the date parts and date name. So let's see how it works. So I'll use first date part. So it takes 2 arguments, that is your interval. So I want day to fetch from my order date. Okay, run this query. So now let me just use the order date as well. Okay, so you see that it just extracts the day, right? Same thing what we have done as part of the day function. Here as well, date part does the same thing. If you want to extract the month only, just use the month here. Right? Similarly, we have something called as date name. So here date part gives you the month as an integer. So it's a November, so it gives you the integer 11. But if you use date name, then it will give you the character string here. So it should give you November here. You can see that it has given you the character, that is the complete name of the month here. So that's the use of the date name function. So that's all for this tutorial, and here we have seen that how we can use the different date functions in SQL Server. So I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. So what are the mathematical or numeric functions in SQL Server? So these functions allows you to perform various mathematical calculation on the numeric data. Few of the examples I have mentioned over here, that is the ABS, that is the absolute. It returns the absolute value of a number. For example, here you have mentioned ABS minus 5. So the absolute value will be 5 here, right? Ceiling. It returns the smallest integer greater than or equal to a number. For example, I mentioned ceiling 4.3. It returns 5. Why? Because it is the smallest integer number which is greater than 4.3. Okay, because if I say it should be greater than 4.3, so anything which is greater than this value will be the valid result. But I mentioned that smallest integer. Okay, it means that 5 will be the right answer if your value is 4.3 here. Floor, what it does, it returns the largest integer less than or equal to a number. So in this scenario for 4.7, the largest which is less than this value, okay, integer number, it is the 4. So that's the use of the floor. Round is the most important function. It round a number to a specified number of decimal places. For example, in this scenario, we have a value 4.567 and I want to round it to 2 decimal places. So it will be 4.5, and then if it is greater than 5, then it will be, this one will be rounded off to 6 to 7. Okay, so it will be, the answer is 4.7. Square root, it returns the square root of a number. So whatever the number you will provide here, it just provides the square root of that number. Power, it raises a power to a specified number. So it 2 to the power 3 here. So it will be written 8. 2 raised to the power of 3 is 8 here. So these are the mathematical function. Let's see few in SQL Server. So let's see the same example. select absolute minus 5. So answer is 5 here. Select of ceiling, we have seen another function 4.3. So it is 5 because that's the smallest number which is greater than the provided number. For the floor, it will be opposite. So it will give me 4 here because that's the largest number which is below this number, right? Now let's see the round, sorry. So what's the use of the round function? Again, very important. So in this scenario, let's take the example of the orders table. And here give the column as order ID. And I'll give the sales here. So let's take the example of sales here. First see the values. Okay, so you see here, this is 2 decimal places, but this is 4 decimal places. I want this to 2 decimal places only. So what I'll do, I will use the function round, which takes the first argument as your column name, and then I want it for the 2 decimal places. So the answer should be 957.58 here. Similarly for this one, 22.3937 here because it's 8. So it will change it to the 7. So let's run this one. So now you see here 957.58. So what it has done, it just rounded off the value to the 2 decimal places. So this is the use of the round function. So that's all for this tutorial, and here we have seen the examples of the mathematical function. So thank you for joining this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. In this tutorial, we will see that what are the data conversion functions in SQL Server. So there are 2 data conversion functions that are used to convert an expression to a specified data type. Those are the cast and convert. So sometimes our requirement is that with whatever the data type or the underlying data type we have for the column, we need to convert it to a different data type. For that, we can use cast or convert. There is one difference between cast and convert. If you see the syntax of both of this, in the convert you have something called as style, which is not available in the cast. It means that it can only be used for the date and time values, and it will convert the date to a string in a defined format. So this is the last parameter you see. This is the style. Okay, so if the style is 101, then your date will come in this format. If the style is 102, the date will come in this format. Okay, and these are just the samples. If you go to the MSDN website, you will find a long list of the styles. Okay, so now let's see the example where we use the cast and convert in SQL to convert the data type to a different data type. Okay, so let's go to the SQL Server. So this is my employee details table in which I have the employee ID, first name, and other columns. So if I show you the data type of all these, so my employee ID is the integer and first name is the varchar. So my requirement is that I want to concatenate these 2 columns and create a new column. So what I'll do here, I'll say select employee ID plus first name from employee details table. Alright. But the problem here is that because the data type is different, it will throw an error. So it says that conversion failed when converting the varchar value, this value, to data type int. So what we need to do here, we need to just convert the data type of integer to the varchar. Okay, so how we will do it? Either we can use the cast or convert. So I will say cast. This is my expression and I want to convert it as integer here. Give the name as new column. Okay, emp id was already int, my bad. I need to change it to the varchar. Now I run this one. So now you see that we have the new column, which is the concatenation of the employee ID and the first name. As we already converted the employee ID to the varchar from integer, and first name was already a varchar. So now we can do the concatenation of both these columns here, right? If you want to use the convert for this example, it will just give you the same result, because in convert you have the style parameter, but that can only be used for the date and time column. So here I will say convert, and as per the syntax I just need to change it. So where my very first parameter will be the data type, so it will be varchar. Second parameter is the expression, so again it will be employee ID. The third parameter, that is the style, is optional, so I'll not put that one. So if I execute it, same result. Okay, no changes in the result. You see here, it is absolutely same. But now let's suppose I have the date column. Okay, let's take the example of the get date only. Okay, so that is the default format of the get date. So now what I want to do, I want to just change this data type to the varchar. Okay, and then also provide the styling. So what I'll do, I'll change it to the convert. I use convert, and then very first variable will be my data type, then my date or expression. After that, what I want to use. So let's suppose I want to use the style as 101, which we have seen previously. If I run this, you see that how it shows the result. It is mm/dd/yyyy. Now if you change it to 102, so now it's yyyy dot mm.dd. So depends on your style parameter, what the value you give, you will see the different results. If you change it to 103, again the format has been changed. But this you cannot use with the cast. Okay, with the cast you cannot have the liberty to use the style parameter, because that is only available with convert. So if you want to use the cast here, then your expression first as so if you run it, okay, you will see that it has been changed it to the varchar. So if I simply use the get date just to see that what the value I was getting here. Okay, so now if you see, it has been changed to the varchar. Okay, this one has been modified, and this is the default. Even if you do not send any parameter, this will be the default value here. Okay, so if you just do not send any parameter, the style, you will see the same value, right? Because that's the default. So with the cast, you cannot provide the style parameter. With the convert, you can provide the style parameter. So that's the basic difference between these two data conversion functions. But these are very, very helpful when you have a need to convert a data type to another. So that's all for this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. Now let's see the other two important functions in SQL Server, that is the coalesce and isNull. So coalesce returns the first non-null expression from a list of expression. So the syntax is very simple. You just mention select coalesce, the function name, and the list of expressions here. So these are your column names, and it returns the very first non-null values. Okay, so it evaluates that if the very first value is null, it goes to the another one. If this one is also null, it goes to the another one, and it will return the very first non-null value, right? And what is null do? It checks the expression. If it is null, then it will return the specified replacement value. So let's say if I have the table which has the first name and the first name is null. So in this scenario, it will return whatever we provide the next parameter. So it takes two parameters. First is your expression and then what you want to replace it in case the value is null. Okay, let's see the both in the SQL Server. Okay, so this is my table in which I have the first name and last name. So you see that in my first name there are few nulls. So first use the coalesce here. So I'll say select name of the function and then the expression. So it will be my first name, comma, last name from employee details table. Also, I want the employee ID as well. Just provide the alias here. So now you see that in my original table, or let's just retrieve the original table as well. So we can do the comparison. Okay. So now you see that in my original table with the employee ID 102 and 104, I did not have the first name, right? So what I have done, I just pulled the second name using the coalesce function. So coalesce function, just see that if my very first argument or the value is null, then it will give me the second value if it is not null. So it will give me the first non-null value from a set of expression, right? From the set of these values or these expression, it will give me the first non-null value. So same thing is being done here. So now let's see the what is null. So is null function checks that if your expression is null, then it will replace it with the replacement value. So you can see that expression, then the replacement values. So I will say first name. So wherever it is null, so we know that for the employee ID 102 and 104, we do not have the first name. So it will be replaced by, let's say, value missing. From employee details. Run this. So now you see that for 102, 1002 and 1004, the first name was missing. So it has just replaced the null with the text missing here. So that's the use of the is null function, right? So in this tutorial, we have seen that how to use the is null as well as the coalesce function. So that's all for this tutorial and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Hello all. Another interesting function in SQL Server is string underscore AGG. So it is a string aggregation function which was introduced in SQL Server 2017. So what it does, it allows you to concatenate values from multiple rows into a single string which is separated by a delimiter. So what is the syntax of that? You need to provide the name of the function and then the expression or the column and then the delimiter. Okay, so let's say we have the employee. Okay, employees is a table in which you have the first name is a column and you want to concatenate all the first names separated by a comma in a single string. So this will be your syntax, that is the name of the function. Okay, string underscore AGG, then the column name and the delimiter from employees table. And here you can also use the where clause, join, order by distinct. So all the clauses it support. So now let's see that in SQL Server how we can do that. So this is my employee details table in which I have the last name. Okay, I want to concatenate all the last name where my salary is greater than 5,000 or greater than equals to $5,000. So I'll write select string underscore AGG. Now the very first is the expression, that is my column name. So I will say last name. My delimiter will be comma here. From table name, that is employee detail, where the salary is greater than equals to 5000. So now from this one, you should get these three names: Roy, Tandon, and Taylor. Let's run this one. See, Roy, Tandon, and Taylor. See, and you can also provide the alias here. Concatenate names. You can also use the join, distinct, and all that clauses in the while using the string underscore agg function. So that's all for this tutorial, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you.